Let me see if I can get another pick. We'll just work with this one. Good afternoon, all. Welcome, YouTube family, TikTok family, Prosperous Living with _T on TikTok, Prosperous Living with Toyia on YouTube. We're going to Deconstructing Friday. Deconstructing from Christianity, organized religion. The Bible is not a history book. It is mind science. Free your mind and the rest will follow. Be colorblind. Don't be so shallow. Hey. Hey. Welcome, friend. How are you? Greetings. How are you? We talk manifestation over here, reminding ourselves that the Bible is a metaphysical book. It is a manifestation book. It is esoteric knowledge. It is reminding you that all is what? Mind. All is mind. The world is mental. Everything you experience personally perceived from thought. Now, you can argue about how we got here, who created it. All I know is that we're here and we're supposed to remember how to use our mind, master our thoughts so we can create the reality that we want. That is what the Bible is telling you. The Bible is not about a superhero character coming to save you from your problems. You are your own savior. You are the solution to your problem. That is what the Bible is telling you. So if you're looking for someone to put on a superhero cape to come and rescue you from your issues, from your problems, from your long suffering, you'll be holding your breath because they're not coming. They're not coming. That's the problem with organized religion. They teach escapism. They teach pointing the finger. The reason why you're suffering is because of somebody else. This may be true of children. But when you become of age and you start to be able to make your own decisions in life, now that's the time to master your thoughts. Yes, you didn't have too much autonomy as a child. You didn't know that you were a sovereign being. I'm going to say every child because there are some children that awaken to this truth and they knew that religion was rotten from the beginning to the end. From the rooter to the tutor, they knew something wasn't right. But for many of us as children, we have no idea. We trust in our parents. We trust in the authorities, those in power, those that are leaders. You know, we trust in them with our lives. But guess what? You're not a child anymore. You come of age. But this knowing is not just for the adult. Because again, like I said, some children come to this realization at a very, very young age. Me, myself, and I was way into my 40s. So, and some of us are in I'm in my 50s now. Some people in their 60s and 70s, 80s, and they're just coming to this realization that all is mind. But as long as you still got breath in the body, it's never too late to decide to live life as you want it to be for you. Yes, all is mental. And so we're going to talk about deconstructing from that mindset that tells us that life is difficult, life is hard, that life is a struggle. I was scrolling through TikTok, on TikTok yesterday, and I'm gonna tell you, religious people, they almost be having it. They be sounding real good, right? It was this one video I was watching. It's talking about how when you get confirmation of your desire. The only thing I didn't like what he said, which is the most important part of the video, is that he equated, because you don't get your manifestation right away, he equated that to suffering. So he named different biblical characters and how they were prophesied or were told what their lot in life was going to be. So, like David, he was going to be a future king, but before he became a future king, even though he had slayed the giant Goliath, he continued as a shepherd boy, and he equated that to suffering. I'm like, how are you suffering, continuing to do the thing that you've been doing until you become the person you're supposed to be? Why do we equate that with suffering as something that's wrong and difficult and trying and tribulation? No, while you're being still and trusting that the thing you want will surely come, that's not, why are we suffering? Why are we mad that the thing didn't instantly manifest? The whole point of this life is to experience the journey and to get prepared to receive the blessing. Because some of y'all want some things y'all really truly not ready for. And then when you get it, because you're not ready for it, you don't know how to keep it. You feel unworthy, undeserving. You think somebody gonna try to take it from you. You think, oh my goodness, I can't believe it came. Some of y'all, if it comes too easily, then it's not sustainable. You gotta rework that mentality and thinking that you got to struggle. Like if you struggle and strain, then that means you deserve it. The script teaches grace, which is freely given, which means you're not supposed to work for it. There's no earning. There's no proving viability. There's no proving worthiness. There's no proving deservingness. You deserve it just because of who you are, not because of what you do. And that is the difference between what religion teaches and what the Bible says. Right, there is no God. I agree. If you're looking for God, just look in the mirror. If you're looking, there is no power outside of the human mind. There's only one power, and that's the imagination of man. If whatever the mind can conceive, it will definitely achieve, whether that be good, bad, or ugly. double tap the screen. Oh, you saw the devil in the moon. I mean, you saw God in the moon. Okay. Welcome. Remember to double tap the screen on TikTok. I'm streaming on TikTok as well as YouTube. Make sure you like the live, share the live on YouTube. Like, share, comment on TikTok. Also comment on YouTube as well. When you engage with the live, you signal to the algorithm to push the live out. So share with those who you think will benefit from this live, from deconstructing from the mindset that has held us bound for so long, waiting for a savior to come. And ain't nobody come to save you. If you want something to be different, you got to change the way you think. If you want life to be different, you have to change the way you think. The Bible's telling you that. It is the blueprint. It is the roadmap. It is basic instructions before leaving earth. The Bible is summed up in one scripture. I like how Reverend Ike said it is based on one scripture. As a man thinks, so is he. That's it. Is what you think about, you bring about. That's like really too simple. Really, really too simple for many people. Really, really too simple. That's it. It's just about my thoughts. Yep. It's just about your thoughts. And people will say it's about your feelings. That's what people get you caught up. They want you to be emotional. So they know once they can pull those heartstrings, once they can get you feeling a certain kind of way, whether happy, sad, glad, or mad, they got you. You're not here to make decisions on emotions. You're here to make decisions from knowing, from trusting, from believing, from faith in yourself. You're not here to believe anything God say, believe anything the pastor say, believe anything your parents say. You're supposed to believe in your ability to decide what it is you want and then see it through. Assume you're already the person you want to be and then let it happen. Embody the state. Now that I am this. Because this is the all too important question as posed in the gospel from the Christ to the disciples. Christ is your higher mind. Jesus is God in the flesh, right? You're God in the flesh. You're God in human form. Jesus is you in those gospels. Take Jesus' name out, put your name there. It's your story. When Jesus asks the disciples, which is your 12 faculties of mind, your 12 disciplines of mind, who do you say that I am? And Peter, who is faith, says, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. That's a conversation between you and you. When you ask yourself, who am I? Your response shall be, I am the Christ, which is the power and wisdom of God. And what did Jesus say to Peter? Flesh and blood did not reveal this to you. No one can tell you you're God. That's what that whole little conversation is about. I can tell you you're God, because what are you going to say? You're going to say, oh, you're a blasphemer. Oh, you're a heretic. Oh, that's not true. Jesus is the only God. I mean, like someone said before, I think, Neil Tyson DeGrasse, and he's probably not the only one that said it, that every religious person is atheistic about a God except their own. And every atheist just adds one more God to the menu. So everybody is an atheist. You believe only in your God, and you don't believe their gods. They believe in their God, and they don't believe in your God. I don't believe in none of y'all gods. So hey, we're all atheists. Oh. Nope, no one's saying God. Or have they? Because isn't it someone says, I've seen God and lived, and then someone says, no one has seen God. I've seen God face to face. Wasn't that Jacob that said, I've seen God face to face? And then in another place it says, no man has seen God and lived. So which one is it? Has people seen God face to face, or no man has seen God and lived? Is that a contradictory in the script? Is it a contradictory in the script? Who cares about some people in the Bible that nobody knows actually lived, actually existed? People get so caught up in the messengers, they forget the message. People want to honor the messengers of this Bible and miss the message. Why you arguing, whether or not Jesus existed, what this person said and what that person said, are you doing what they said? Instead of arguing about who said it, what about what they said? Are you living according to what they have instructed? Because if all you got is, well, it's historically true, we have all this historicity about it, we have all of this text, we have all of this proof. Yeah, but are you living it? Who cares? Most of y'all not living it. Y'all want to argue about the historicity of it, but ain't even living it. Don't apply it to your life, not one single bit. Life ain't changed worth nothing. And want to argue about, what artifacts were shown. The Bible isn't about artifacts. If an ark really existed, that's not what the Bible is about. Y'all talking about the shroud of Jesus. That ain't what the Bible is about. Jesus said, how you gonna say you love me and you don't keep my commandments? Y'all so busy arguing about artifacts and not keeping the commandments. That's why your life hasn't changed. That's why you're on the struggle bus. You in the Olympics of running for the struggle Olympics, trying to get that gold medal. And trying to compare who had the most worst life, who suffered more. As if that's going to give you more glory in your so-called heaven, when heaven is in the mind. The Bible is all about the mind. Right there on the screen, the Bible is mind science. Yeah, why are they? For what purpose? Why are they digging up the quote-unquote holy land? I am the holy land. Wherever I stand is holy ground. Because what? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, hey, Toyia. That's right. You can't. That's why this platform is not for Christians. If you want to espouse your belief system about Christianity, this is not the platform for you. Double tap the screen, share the live, like the live, double 10K the easy way. You get to come up on the panel. The panel opens up on TikTok. Like the live, share the live, comment on YouTube. The Bible is our basic instructions before leaving earth. The Bible is telling you how to use your mind. The Bible is a psychological book. It is a manifestation book. It is mind science. It says, it is by your words are you justified, and it is by your words are you condemned. It's all you. It's not your pastor that condemns you or justifies you. It's not your parents. It's not your bishop. It's not your prophet. It is your word that justifies you. Your word. Your word is bond. Your word dictates the life that you're going to experience. Because as you think, so you are. What you think about, you bring about. That's all this Bible is telling you. It's telling you to self-mastery, self-actualization. Discipline your 12 disciples. Your 12 faculties of mind. Discipline those 12 faculties of mind. The 12 disciples. So if you worried about fire and brimstone, hey, do you, boo? It's not real. The only fire that you'll ever experience is right here on this third dimensional plane. You are that fiery serpent. You are the infinite spark of the divine. You are here to live the abundant life. You are here to be free from the shackles that bind you with, which are your negative thoughts. The devil is your negative thoughts. Your demons are negative thoughts. Satan is the adversary, the adverse thoughts. It's all thoughts. The thoughts could be good, the thoughts could be bad. Who's judging them as good or bad? You are. The Father judges no man, left all judgment to the Son, says the script. Who is the Son? Now are we the sons of God. You are the Son judging what's wrong, right, good or bad, positive or negative. You are. Today you call it good, tomorrow what you call good, you'll call bad. You call today bad, tomorrow you'll call it good. What you call today, you always switching up. But in the script it says all things, all that God made was good. All that God made was good. It's all good. Because what? It's all God. It's all good. It's all God. Organized religion has you thinking that someone is going to come and save you and keep you from experiencing a horrible life. The only way you stop experiencing a horrible life, stop creating it. You actually do have the power to transform your reality. Peace and abundance. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yep. Life is meant to be an enjoyment. Life is meant to be prospered, right? Like you read Psalms 1. Psalms 1 tells you what happens when you operate from the negative state and what happens when you operate from the God state, right? What happens to the sinner and the scoffer and the scornful? And those who delight themselves in the law, right? And upon this law, do they meditate day and night. And then they should be what? Like trees planted by the river, who brings forth is what? Fruit in due season, and their leaves shall not wither, and all that they do shall prosper. But the sinner is not so. Who is the sinner? The unbeliever, the faithless one, the doubter, the complainer, the worrier, the one that operates from limitation, the one that only operates from the five senses. You miss your aim in life because without faith, it is impossible to please it, to please the law of liberty. Because what do we say about faith? It is the substance of a thing hoped for and the evidence of not being able to see it. That's what faith is. You don't need faith for things you can see. You need faith for things you cannot see. If you can see it, you don't need faith. What did Paul say? You don't need hope. Does a person continue to hope for something they already have? No, you don't hope for something you already got. You hope for things you don't have yet, something that you don't see manifested yet. Because hope is a certitude of expectation. That's why it says, now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the certitude of it coming. That's what hope is. You're certain, no shadow of a doubt, that the thing you ask for already belongs to you. That's what Mark 11:24 says. Therefore, I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, which only means to acknowledge, recognize, that's all prayer is. But believe, when you pray, believe you've received, past tense, received it, and then what? You'll get it. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. You only got to believe it. What does believe mean? To accept a thing as true, to accept something as real. It got to be real for you, boo. That's why a lot of times most people not experiencing their desires because it's not real to them. They haven't accepted it as a reality. They wait and see. They waiting. I'll believe it when I'll see it. Then you'll never get it. If you're only going to believe it when you see it, then it never comes. This is what faith allows you to believe in things you cannot see. That's what faith is. Believing in something you cannot see. Faith isn't guesswork. Faith isn't let me cross my fingers real tight and hope to God. Again, saying hope is guesswork when hope actually means to be certain of a thing. So we're going to break down Christianity because Christianity hijacked these words and made you think belief and faith and hope was guesswork. No, belief, faith, and hope is knowing. When you know a thing is certain to come and you have no evidence of it, that's faith. When you know it, but you don't know why you know it. You can't tell people why you know because they can't see it. And you can't show them because it's not made visible. Yes. Hey, Aaron, long time. How you been? Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Double tap the screen. 10K. Get to 10K. You get to come up. The panel opens up on TikTok. Come on, we're going to be set free today. Be loose and set free. The Bible is not a history book. It's a story. See, history means his story. It's actually a mystery. It's my story. Great is the mystery, says Paul. God manifested in the flesh. You are God made visible. And see, when you see God, you can no longer live. You can no longer continue to operate from the old state, from the old mind. You can no longer continue to live the way you used to live beneath your own sovereignty and autonomy, your own God state. When you know this truth makes you free. You are made free with this truth. Exactly. From his story to my story. Everybody want to keep talking about his story, his story. That book ain't about somebody else. That book is not about somebody else's story. That book is a book about your story, my story. It's the greatest story ever told. It is the greatest story ever told. How consciousness desired form and became you. Consciousness desired form and became you. Became I am. And just like what man calls God, you have the ability to create with what? Your word. What does Paul say? Be imitators of God as dear children. What do you think that means? To be imitators of God. Like, you really have to think about that. What does it mean to be imitators of God as dear children? Do God sit around talking about what's impossible? That life is so hard, that it's so difficult and so trying. Can't see a way out. The Bible tells you what to do. It says, be still and know that I am God. Be still. When you're still, the storm must cease. What did it say? I told the storm to pass. Storm, you can't last. I know I'm butchering that song. Go away. I command you to move today. That right? Are you commanding the storm to move in your life? Yep, powerful. My story is the greatest story ever told. You have to stop seeing your life as a problem. I know religion tells you life is a problem. Religion tells you life is difficult. Religion tells you in this life you're going to suffer. Yes, you suffer because you don't know who you are. That is what causes the suffering. When you don't know who you are, when you know who you are, the suffering shall be over. When you know why are you still struggling when you know that you're God? Does God struggle through life? Was Jesus going through life struggling in the Gospels? Remember, you're Jesus in that book. What did Jesus say? I know my Father always hears me. I know that when I speak, the Father does whatever I ask. Whatever I say, the Father is on right there. It's on the mission right there to bring forth whatever I say. Now, you could say Father, or you could say Mother, or you could say subconscious mind. Father is just representing the power in expression. But it's not, it's the masculine and feminine operating as one, not two. They operate as one power. Remember, consciousness is never divided. It's a oneness, it's a unity. Intertwined, connected, like white on rice, cannot be divided. The screen says the Bible is mind science, is not a history book. Deconstructing Christianity, organized religion. No, Sky Daddy, ain't nobody coming to save you. Ain't nobody coming to save you. Deconstructing Christianity. Let me see. Let me I'm gonna come back. Let me see if I can adjust this picture on my screen. Let me see. So TikTok said they can't see the whole thing. So let's see. Let me see if I can hopefully they stay there and everything be okay. But do we understand that life was never meant to be a struggle? We were sold a bill of goods through religion to tell us that we were meant to suffer and for life to be difficult and trying and hard. And it's like, no, it wasn't. It's only trying and hard because we don't understand what life is about. Thank you guys. Let's see. Let me see if I can change this change this around. Let's see. Effects. Is that better? Can you see more of it now? Hopefully you can see more of it, of the prompt now. Oh, okay. Hey, Cheryl. Welcome. Welcome everyone. YouTube, TikTok, streaming on both platforms. TikTok is Prosperous Living with _T. YouTube is Prosperous Living with Toyia. This is Deconstructing Friday. We deconstruct. We're going to loose our mind and be set free and understand what this Bible is really telling us, right? I don't do Bible study. I just get to the crux of the book, which is found in Proverbs. I think it's Proverbs 23. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. I think, therefore I am. What you think about, you bring about. That's all this Bible is telling you. It tells you that if you, whatever you condemn yourself for, that's what it will be. Whatever you justify yourself for, that's what it will be. It is by your words are you justified. It is by your words are you condemned. The Bible also tells you that there's therefore now no condemnation. So why are you condemning yourself? You no longer have to live in guilt, in shame, remorse, or regret. When you come to understand the laws of mind, the law of mind is really only one law. And it's actually not a law. Because the Bible tells you that there is no law for love. There's no law against love. Paul lists all those things that there is, a law against. But he says, love? Why? Because love is the fulfilling of the law. When you operate in love, you can never go wrong. You can never go wrong. And the one being you have to learn how to love is you. You have to learn to love you. People looking for somebody else to love them when they don't even know how to love them. And you want somebody to love you better than you know how to love you. When you know how to love you, you're not going to settle for less than anyone treating you better than the best you know. You're not going to end up in these relationships where the person is uncommitted, is hard to communicate with. They don't show up. They abandon you, neglect you. Half-time loving, part-time lover. As Eddie Murphy say, part-time lover. I don't remember the words. A part-time lover. I don't remember the lyrics. I just remember part-time lover. They won't be part-time lovers. Don't nobody want no part-time lover? lover. Because when you a full-time lover, when you love you, you don't gotta worry about nothing. Sounds like your ex voicemail. That's why they're your ex, right? That's why they're your ex. But when you love you, who you're going to magnetize to yourself is going to be everything that you desire and more. Because now unto him, who is the him? The law of your being. Now unto the law of your being that is able to do exceeding abundantly above all you can ask or think, according to the power that works within you. And what is that power? Love. Love is the only transforming power. Because see, when you love, you're going to be patient with yourself. You're going to be kind to yourself. You're not going to be easily offended. You're not going to be easily angered. You're not going to rejoice in evil, but you're going to rejoice in truth. You're not going to remember any wrongs. You're going to understand that love protects all things, believes in all things, endures all things. You're going to know what? Love never fails. The problem is you got to know what love is for you. This is what I know what love is for me. It doesn't settle. It doesn't compromise. There's no competition. There's no comparison. It does not hurt. It does not struggle. It does not strain. It does not strive for anything. Love is the effortless way. Love is surrender to all things good. Yeah. What does love mean for you? Because whatever love means for you, that's what you're going to see in your world. And this book is all about loving you. Because what the book say, when you love God, which is you, with all your heart, with all your mind, and all that's within you, and then you love your neighbor like yourself. Why? Because your neighbor is yourself. You understand that everyone is what? You pushed out. Your world is a manifested mirror, is a magnified mirror. Your world is a magnified mirror. You're only seeing you. Ooh, happy Friday. Happy Friday. Hey, friend. Hey, Key. Welcome. All right. We can open up the box. Open up the box. Hey, Latoxic.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, I'm great. Thank you.
Good.
Happy Friday.
I need to my phone.
Oh,
I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit.
Okay, sorry. I'll be back. If I can figure out how to get down. Can you draw me?
Okay. And see, the Bible doesn't teach you to love you. Well, no, I'm not saying the Bible. Religion, because the Bible actually does teach you how to love you. Religion does not teach you to love you. Religion tells you must be selfless, which means you got to put the world before you. You got to think you got to think less of yourself. You can't be proud. You can't be boastful, right? And yes, the 1 Corinthians, the 13th chapter, 4 through the 8th verse does say that that love isn't proud, it isn't boastful, it doesn't seek its own. But it's not saying that you're supposed to see yourself as a worm of the dust. It isn't saying that it's saying that you're not pumped up above another. You're not seeing yourself as better than. I always say that because your world is a mirror, how do you look at your world? You don't look down, and when you look at a mirror, you don't look down and you don't look up. What do? You look a mirror straight in the eye. You look yourself in the eye when you look in the mirror. That's how you're supposed to look at the world. You're not supposed to see yourself as better than someone else because you got a whole bunch of stuff, or look at yourself as less than because you don't have a whole bunch of stuff. Because stuff don't make you better than or less than. It doesn't make you better than. It doesn't make you greater than. It just means that you figured out how to get a whole lot of stuff. That's all it means. Just know, you just figured out how to you understand the law of prosperity. The law of life is abundance. You come to the realization, oh, life is abundant. The scarcity is the error. As Dr. Joseph Murphy said, poverty is a dis-ease. Because we live in an abundant universe, but we bought what religion and governments told us, that there's only a certain amount. There's only enough to go. There's not enough to go around. That we all have to be, fighting over the crumbs. No, that's not true. There is plenty to go around. The script says, to them that have, it shall be given, and that in abundance. But to them that have not, those of you that complain about the little you get, oh, even that what you think you have shall be taken away. You better start appreciating the little that you have, quote unquote, little, that you don't despise the day of small beginnings, because everything big was small. Everything that's now big started off small. Everybody starts with a small little seed. Everyone does. Everyone starts I don't care where you start off in life. It was small, and then it grows, and it flourishes, and it expands, and it appreciates in value. Welcome back.
Thank you. You know what it is? I know what it is.
What?
I actually have to come back again because TikTok is trying to get me to update my app.
Oh, yeah, update your app, girl. Then come on back.
I hate this for me. Okay.
Okay.
I'll be back. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no problem.
So
That's okay. Yeah, you got to keep the app updated. Most definitely. Yep. Religion. Hey, Keela. Yep. Religion teaches us we're not worthy. You got to break that spell. You got to come from under that delusion of thinking that you're unworthy, undeserving, that you have to prove it. People love to talk about you have to test and be proven worthy of your desire. That simply isn't true. The moment you decide that it's yours, it's yours. The moment you decide that the thing you want, the life you want to have is yours, it will be. Now it's all about consistency, remaining loyal to that decision. That's all. The thing is, people aren't consistent, aren't loyal. They're not committed. They change their mind like they change their clothes. And then that's wonder why they can't get the thing that they want. Persistence, consistency is the key. Once you make a decision that is yours, it is. When you ask, it is always given. When you seek it, you always find. When you knock, the door is always open. God, the universe, your consciousness, your awareness, the I am within you never says no. Ever. Never says no. Never says no. All of the promises are yes and amen. And see, this is what religion is not going to tell you. They're going to tell you, oh no, you gotta tithe. You got to give 10% of your hard-earned money before God is going to answer your prayer. And then you got to sow, not only tithe, on special occasions, like probably most every time you go to church, the so-called man of God or woman of God, always hearing from God, and is always telling them you have to give more money. Like your 10% every other week or however you get paid isn't enough. Now you have to sow a seed of faith money in addition to tithe, right? They need some more money up out of you before God will move for you. And they decided that faith is money. They have turned And I guess religion has always been a business. It's always been profiting off of those who are suffering and those who feel helpless and disoriented and feel misguided. And so they prey on people that, feel are directionless. And that's why I tell you, when people try to convince you that your feelings play a part in manifestation, I call bullshit, because that is exactly what organized religion wants you to do. They want you to be emotional. They want you to be, I get so emotional, baby, because that's the whole premise of that's their draw, right? They bring you into church, they cure up the organ, and they emotionalizing you with the music or with condemnation, fear, guilt, shame, regret, and remorse. Because yes, all of us have made some decisions that we're not proud of, and church pounces on that and makes you feel guilty, because they got these 10 commandments that they try to hold over your head, because breaking those commandments displeases God according to religion. So yes, they tell you, being a fornicator or an adulterer is something that pleases God, and you think that's about having sex with the opposite sex. That's not your husband or wife. Adulteration, fornication is the same. Adultery and fornication is the same word as idol worship, idolatry. Idolatry, fornication, and adultery are all the same word in scripture. So when it says that you have fornicated or that you have committed adultery, it says you have taken on, giving your allegiance to another God. That is what it's saying. It has nothing to do with who you had sex with last night. The Bible does not care who you had sex with. It just, your pastor may, your religion may, but the Bible does not. It does not care. Hey, divination. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yep. Hey, warrior. That's it. Your tithe is supposed to go to God, which is you. You're supposed to get first fruits of your labor. And your labor is not physical. Your labor is mental. Did you mean to come up on the platform?
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you.
But make sure that you mute up so we don't hear the background noise. But hello, welcome.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Okay. What's going on?
I already said a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a few things, but from my understanding, a lot of it was wrong. Unless you got to understand it, and I don't. So first, I guess my first question would be like, why do you think fornication doesn't mean sexual immorality?
I just told you. Did you not hear me?
I'm saying, where have you done any research? Like, so first off, you do realize the Old Testament was written in Hebrew, correct?
Okay.
And so the words that were used were words like xenomium, something like that,
Mm-hmm.
which literally translates to sexual immorality. So why do you think your definition is valid?
Because you have to go further, and I'm sure that depending on where you found the word being used, you have to see what it was in the Greek or what it was in the Hebrew, because we know we know that you have it in Old Testament, you have it in New Testament, and we know when you take a concordance, there are many translations, and you have to just decide which translation is it referring to. But the Bible is not about a physical thing, it's about a mental thing.
Why do you feel like that?
Why do I? Because I know the Bible is not a history book. The Bible is mind science.
There's a
It's,
lot
it's
of
not. It's not
things
meant to
that
be taken literal. It's a book of stories, and they're all parables. They're all allegories. It's symbolic language, and when you take it literal, that's when you try to usurp authority over another and try to tell a person how they should live. And no other person can tell another person how they should live.
So what about
No
when
one
we
is no one else's God. You don't get to tell me
so
how to live. No one else gets to tell you how to live. You get to live according to your own belief system.
so what about how we can see from artifacts that the Syrian Empire did conquer all these Semitic nations
I mean,
during the
okay,
time
that
where
may
it's
be true.
described?
That may be true. I'm not going to disagree with that. What I'm going to disagree with is that the Bible is telling me about a God outside of me. I know the Bible is telling me about the God that's within me. And that God is my mind. That God is my consciousness, my own awareness of being. And to that God,
So
into that God, I live, move, and have my being. That's the only God I have to give an accounting to.
so your consciousness is perfect?
Of course, everyone's consciousness is perfect. Do you know what
So
perfection? Do you know what perfection is? What perfection means in the script?
well, I know consciousness refers to your awareness to reality.
Mm-hmm.
And so we can tell, I mean, it's been proven many times that we are not, what we might think and believe is not always necessarily true
For who? Your truth is
for
your truth.
anybody.
Your truth is your truth. I can't tell you what's true for you no more than you can tell me what's true for me.
Well, there's only one truth.
Really?
And if we're not all, so there could be multiple truths.
Of course.
No, that's a contradiction.
Because there's a multiple realities because you and I don't live in the same world.
So
The reason why there's the reason why there are multiple truths because your perspective is different than mine. That's what makes it a multiple truth.
Well, that's how we know the mind is flawed because of perspective. So
but that's all you have. That's all you have is perspective though. Because if I am not seeing life as you do, I'm not going to live it as you do.
Which is why we know our minds are not God.
Yes.
Because we all have individual flawed perspectives. Meaning, another scientifically proven thing is when somebody witnesses an accident, let's say it's 5 people that witness an accident,
Mm-hmm.
they will all give different testimonies as to what happened.
Right.
Because our consciousness, our awareness to our surroundings is flawed. But there's only one thing that actually happened. That's the truth. Everything else is, made up, interpreted.
Well, there are different levels to what happened. Is what happened.
No,
now, hold on. Is what happened, how it happened, and why it happened. Most people operate from the what and the how. Most people don't operate from the why.
But there's only one correct answer to all of them.
They're all right. But that's the limitation. That's the limitation of religion. Religion wants to say, I'm the only aspect of reality you should convert to or believe in or have faith in. And that's not what the Bible is telling you. The Bible is not saying that everyone has to conform to the same perspective or reality. That's what makes us individual and unique in this expression.
Well, from my analogy, I can easily explain to you how there's only one truth. And they're not all right, because if there was an accident, a car accident, mm-hmm. one of the drivers says, he hit me. The other person says, no, he hit me. They cannot be both right. It's a contradiction. They cannot be both true. There's only one truth.
Yeah, if the investigation comes out and they can't blame anyone, then you both have to go to your own insurance and everyone has to allow their own insurance to pay for it. Yes, it can be an accident and no fault on either side, and both are responsible for their own liability. Everyone has to, you have to go to your insurance. I have to go to my insurance. If we collide and no one can come to a realization of what actually happened because they can't determine through the investigation who was at fault, then you're responsible for going to your insurance. I'm responsible for going to my insurance.
So that just proves the flaw in our minds.
But you're making it a wrong thing, and I don't see anything wrong with that. Why is it wrong? That's why we're all required to have our own insurance to make sure that, you know, if it ends up being no fault, we're both covered.
No, I'm saying there's an objective truth, you know, and if everybody lives by their own truth, then there is nobody that's wrong. But
everybody actually does live by their own truth. People, here's my thing: Christians say that. But you know, people are, whatever the mind of man is conceiving, it definitely is achieving. Whether it's wrong or right, good or bad, or evil, positive or negative, we're doing it. You saying it's just an objective truth does not take away from the subjective reality that we live in, because you are living life according to your own belief system, and I'm living life according to my own belief system. And some things may be similar and others may be dissimilar. We may be alike in a lot of things and maybe unlike in other things, but that's your reality and that's my reality. And sometimes the two don't ever meet up, and that's okay.
So you're suggesting we don't live in the same reality?
Oh, no, we don't. Because you live in a reality that you believe a God is coming to save you. I don't live in that reality.
I live in a reality where water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
Does water freeze at a different temperature?
Yeah. So yeah. Well, yeah. I just said we agree on some things. So that thing we agree on.
Well, no,
what we don't agree on is that somebody died for the sins of the world and is coming back to, you know, rapture us up out of here and give us a whole different reality. We don't agree on that.
If we don't live in the same reality, how are we talking to each other? How are we conversing?
Hold on, it's because you have a different belief system and you are following something that you don't even know is true. And for us, people like us, like I'm an atheist, for example, I don't follow a God where they direct me to do certain things and tell me what not to do. But you do. Because I know. So it's your belief system. It isn't technically reality. Yes, we live on the same earth. Yes, we sometimes we can agree, yes. Water freezes below 30 to 30 degrees. Duh, that's reality. But what I'm saying, or what she's saying, is that you live in a different mindset where you believe in something and you believe in a different topic, like the Bible. You believe that the Bible's true. You believe that everything in the Bible is correct and it's right. We don't. Is what she's technically saying. So you live in a different mindset.
So because we have different mindsets, we live in different realities. Is that what you're suggesting?
Technically, yes. Because
can you define reality?
Because you think everything's forgivable.
Well, can you define reality so I got an understanding?
Define reality?
Yeah, what does reality mean to you?
We're living in reality. I'm saying that you have a different mindset. You live in a different mindset.
So when I refer to
reality is whatever you think for you. It's really whatever you think. That's what reality is. Whatever you're imagining, that's the only reality for you. Because I'm not in your mind. I have no idea what you're imagining. That's real for you. And what I'm imagining is real for me.
So if you look up the definition of reality by any Merriam-Webster or Oxford, they will literally say the exact opposite of what you said. So reality is not based on your idealism or what you think. Reality is what is actually true, actually exists.
Well, you're saying reality is physical.
No. It's what is true, what exists.
So what is true?
1 + 1 = 2. That's true.
Okay.
That's our reality.
So are you saying the Bible is true?
The Bible, no, I've never said that. I would say the Bible is the living word of God.
Oh, but it's not true.
Well, it depends what you mean by true. It depends what you mean by true. I assume by true, you mean it is exactly as it's written. That's how it's happened. I don't agree.
Okay.
And for one reason I don't agree is because the Bible does have a lot of parables, and it even starts off written in poetry. So if we want to say poetry can be true or a parable can be true, I feel like that would be, I don't feel like that would be right. I feel like those things are made for interpretation. Okay. So there are a lot of truths in the Bible. Again, like how the Assyrians took over all the Semitic nations at a specific time, and how Israel was enslaved in Egypt, and there's archaeological proof. So these things are
Bible
true.
supports, but the Bible supports that though. The Bible tries to defend,
No, it doesn't.
Enslavement.
Yes, it does.
Enslavement.
It's in the Bible.
The Bible, one of the
enslavement. They
one
he
of the
sits there and defends it. The Bible.
So again,
Not even
like
just that, but also. Go ahead.
sure. So like I brought up earlier, we have to look at when you read the Bible, you don't just read it, you need to study it. It was written in a totally different language. So when you look up the word slave, the Hebrew word that is being translated, there is a word called ebed, ebed, and you can look this up. Ebed, abed, it means indentured servant. It does also refer to slavery, but the slavery that's mentioned.
You just contradicted yourself.
No. I'm saying it's a deeper word than just what is read. So when we read it as slave,
what's the deeper word?
Again, it's servitude for different reasons. And
so the Hebrews weren't getting beat in Egypt.
Yeah, in Egypt, but God was
slavery that there was in the Bible?
The question that, or the claim that your fave brought up was that God is condoning slavery, but he is opposed to it. And you can
That's
see
definitely
this.
not true.
Oh, really?
Let me explain
So wait a minute. So
Okay,
the Israelites going into enslavement, God didn't prevent it. So that means God allowed it. He didn't prevent it. He didn't stop it. He let it happen.
He did allow it, yeah.
He allowed it. Why didn't he just not allow them to be enslaved? He could have just not allowed it to happen.
You said he didn't stop it, but he literally freed them from slavery? I don't get it.
What? Wait. He doesn't have to free them if he doesn't allow it to begin with.
So
he caused the problem, and then it's the solution to the problem. How convenient.
He didn't cause the problem. He brought them in. They were in Egypt almost as royalty initially. And then over time, the Egyptians, were wondering like why these people that aren't from the nation are still in the nation. And they became envious of them, and decided to make them work.
But you know what? That's not even here nor there, because I really don't care, because your script says in the New Testament, a man who puts his hand to the plow and looks back is not fit for the kingdom. So I don't really care about what happened, in the Old Testament, because it's in the New Testament is what you should be living by anyway. Who cares about the Old Testament? And you do have Paul talking about some slaves that obey masters, and so it's still condoning enslavement even when you get over to the New Testament. That's only because the Bible is not a history book. It is a psychological mind science book, and the slave in scriptures is referring to your mind, to your thoughts, to your ideas, to your intentions, to what you believe to be true. And that's why it's a sticky situation when you start trying to read this Bible from a historical perspective. It takes away the true meaning of what the book is telling you, what is conveying. And it's telling you that you are the solution to every problem that you create, because your mind brought you into it. Your mind can take you out of it. That's what this book is telling you.
The only reason you feel like that is because your ego is overwhelming you. That's all ego.
What?
That's literally everything you described.
You doggone right. Let me sing you a song. Let me sing you a song. Ego so big, I must admit, I got every reason to feel like I'm that bitch. Ego so strong, if you didn't know, I don't care. Yes, you're damn right. I got a big ass ego. Now what?
Yeah. No, that's all you're mentioning.
Yeah.
That's not God. That's not a God in you. That's your ego telling you
not
to be humble.
Got a huge ego. Such a huge ego.
Wait, Sadly, you said that's the devil in her?
No, I said that's her ego. I said that's not God. I said that's her ego telling her, that she is a God. That. I mean, you're not the first to feel like that. A lot of people over time feel that way. But ego harms you more than it hurts you. I promise.
No, religion harms you more than helps you. I promise. Religion has done more harm. I don't care if it's Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism. They all harm you more than they help you. No, organized religion is the harm, not my mind. My mind ain't harming me. It was harming me when I thought that I needed a savior, when I thought Jesus was going to come and save the day, and when I thought he was an underdog, I'm here to save the day, when I thought that was going to happen.
So here's the thing. I don't necessarily disagree with you about religion, but the teachings of Jesus do not harm you.
They don't. And I agree with you. We are 100% in agreement with the teachings of Jesus.
I don't think so.
Yes, we are.
I
don't believe that Jesus existed, but the teachings are chef's kiss.
So what about the teaching where he says, follow and reverence God, love God with all your heart? You just skipped over that one.
No, I'm not. I am God. I'm loving myself with all my heart, with all my mind, with all that's within me. I'm doing it. I'm totally obeying Jesus.
So he literally says Yahweh. He doesn't say just the God in you. He's talking about Yahweh, reference the Father.
What does it say, Yahweh? What? Oh, Yahweh.
So anytime you read in the Bible where it says Lord, that is a replacement that was added when the Bible was canonized.
Well, actually, it says love the Lord thy God.
Yeah.
And the Lord thy God is the law of mind. That's what it is. Lord, when you see Lord in scriptures, just replace it with law. Lord and law are the same.
That's totally incorrect.
No, it's Lord, right. It's right.
So listen, 1 second. Sorry. I don't mean to say it like that, but Lord is two different things. When you see Lord with a lowercase L, is literally referring to a bread giver. That's what it means. So back in those days, you had people that had land and cattle, and you had people that didn't. And the people that didn't, they found somebody to feed them, essentially.
Again, you keep going back to the old days, which means nothing, because your script in the New Testament tells you that if you put your hand to the plow and look back, you're not fit for the kingdom. You just keep looking back. Be in the present. Be in the now. How has being a Christian transformed your life?
I used to. I'm trying to be TikTok friendly. I used to engage in smugs, specifically just smoking. I don't know if that's TikTok friendly. But I used to do that every day or all day, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to puff a lot. Every day, all day for 10 years straight. And after I gave my life to the Lord and submitted my will to God, he freed me from that. I don't have the urge to smoke. To puff.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. And here's the thing. This is what I want to say about that. No one wants to take your Jesus from you. No one's trying to convert you away from Christianity. If Christianity is doing what you want it to do, is giving you your peace, your love, your joy, as it said it would. That it will give you the peace that surpasses all understanding, the joy that your joy may be full, and you're living the abundant life. Why would you fix what ain't broke? Well, here's the thing. I'm experiencing all those same things, and I don't believe in Jesus.
So the thing about what you said is incorrect, because although I have been freed from that sin, it's not like my life is just easier and bliss.
Really? Because mine is 100% easier and bliss because I'm not a Christian.
Exactly. But if you
what you mean exactly? So what would be the reason why I need to become a Christian if life is already good? Why would I need to be a Christian if my life is already good? This is rhetorical because I used to be a Christian. So I'm not looking for you to try to convince me or convert me because I used to be a Christian. I used to teach Sunday school. So I already know the answer. I know you're gonna say, what is it? What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and yet loses? So I know. I already know.
So
I already know what you're gonna say.
Earlier you said you know what I'm about to say. Earlier you said you followed the chef's kiss. But that one's not chef kiss?
Yeah, so because I'm going to interpret it. The thing is, here's the difference. I'm going to interpret that scripture differently than what you would interpret that scripture.
How do you interpret it differently?
So to gain the whole
without
world,
contradicting yourself.
What you mean? How would I contradict myself?
You said you love that you live bliss because you don't have Jesus.
I am Jesus.
But Okay, sure. So how do you interpret that different without contradicting yourself? You give up the whole world so that you can have eternal life?
Yeah, because I'm not to be conformed to this world, says Paul. What's this world? The world, this world. I'm in the world, but I'm not of the world. I don't live according to the world's point of view perspective. So I don't live in limitation. I don't live in negativity. I don't, I'm not gaining this world system. So I don't have to worry about that because I don't live according to this world system. I live according to the precepts of the Bible, which tells me to be in the world, but not to be of the world, to be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed. How? By the renewing of my mind, so I can prove what is that good and acceptable, pleasing works of God, of good.
So good is whatever you make it, huh?
You know what good is? Loving people, not condemning them, not telling them that they're worms of the dust and they're sinners in need of saviors. Good is treating people how you want to be treated, treating people how you want to be treated, doing unto others as you will have them do unto you. To love my neighbor as myself, because I know my neighbor is myself. That's why I'm able to love you as me, because I've got to first love me. Because if I don't love me, how in the hell could I love you? Impossible.
So you just pick and choose which of Jesus' teachings you want to follow.
I follow all the teachings.
Yeah, but you pick and choose the ones that you think apply.
I mean, what you mean? Which one? He only gave you two. He only gave you 2 commandments. But go ahead. Let's let your fave go. Go ahead.
Yeah, he tells us to reverence the Father. What about that? Are you the Father? You're the Father and you're Jesus.
I and my Father are one, not 2, but 1.
So you are the Father and you're Jesus.
I and my Father are one, just like Jesus said. I and my Father are one. We're not 2.
So
if you've seen the Father, if you've seen me, you've seen the Father, says Jesus. If you've seen me, then you. But go. We're gonna let your fave. Go ahead, your fave.
I feel like you're dodging the question.
I'm not dodging the question.
So you are the Father?
I am God made form. Go ahead.
Are you God the Father?
Go ahead, your
All right,
fave.
so Savi.
She dodged me, but go on, your fave.
No, she isn't dodging. She's just.
You heard her answer? Oh yeah, you said she's confused.
I did. I said I'm the Father made visible.
So you created the heavens and the earth?
We all created. We're all one consciousness. It all started together.
We created Christ. We created God by mankind. We brought him up.
We created God and then created the universe, right? Yes, that's what you're saying?
Yes, because he's never showed himself. So how would we know he's real?
He shows himself every day.
That's what I was gonna ask, Savi.
Okay,
don't you think that religion is a cope of fear? Don't you think a lot of Christians use religion and God as like a cope to fear? They pray to him for help, but sometimes it don't even help. Because I used to be a Christian, but when I was 5, I was sitting in a car and I told my mom I want to KMS myself because I wanted to go to heaven and see him. I wanted to see such a heavenly, godly person. But once I turned 10, I started realizing that why would he give me the right to want to KMS myself, and that would be a sin just to see him. We created that in our mindset.
Wait, what?
When I was 5, I was a Christian. I was going to church every day, and I told my mom I want to KMS myself, kill.
Okay. Yeah. I got that part.
Because I wanted to see him.
Okay.
But why would he give me such a mindset? But when I prayed to him and asked him, I still had that mindset for 2 years. I never got any help. But whenever I started,
you didn't want to do that. So because you were depressed, you did that because you loved the Father and you wanted to be with him. Correct?
Yeah, exactly. But guess what? It's a sin to do that, though, right?
Yeah, which is why you didn't go.
So it doesn't matter if I was depressed and I wanted to do that. It doesn't matter if I wanted to go see him and be with him and be beside such a godly and loving person, which he's not. At the time, I thought he was because I didn't know half of the damn things.
You did know that he was loving. You knew he was so loving that you wanted to love him at that time.
Until I read the Bible. And the Bible is literally just a historical book, kind of like a Spider-Man book that talks about Spider-Man swinging on webs and going across New York City. It's kind of like the Bible, which there's a God that's in a no time zone where he's so good for everybody, but he allows certain things to happen in this world that should not be happening.
I'm not gonna lie. You have hope. There's a lot of hope.
Oh, I do not have hope for sure.
No. I hear what you're saying, but all I would suggest is keep seeking the truth.
Wait, first of all, don't even tell me to keep thinking. I already know what the truth is. If I'm going to be honest with you, we don't know how the universe was created. We don't even know if God's...
Right. So you just contradicted what you said. You said you know the truth, but then you said you know the truth, but in the same breath you said, but you don't know how the universe was created. So that's why I said keep seeking. How it's created. Right. That's why I'm saying.
There's no proof of anything. We are literally a coincidence, in my opinion. I think that we were just...
So all I'm saying is, because you don't know, keep trying to figure out why. Don't stop and just at what you think.
Can you explain to me?
Real quick. Yeah, I will 100%. But just hear me when I say, don't stop at what you think. Really seek it. Since right now you said you don't know for sure, keep trying to find out. That's all I would say.
Okay. So hold on. I'm gonna interject because this is not a Christian platform. If you want to proselytize, convert, and try to lead people to Jesus, I suggest you start your own TikTok live or go onto YouTube.
No,
because he already told you he's an atheist. He don't care nothing about being converted over to Christianity.
I don't.
Like we're not here. I don't on my platform. We can have a conversation, but when you start trying to tell us that we are wrong in our belief system,
I didn't say that. I just said he admitted that he did not know how we got here. I just said keep trying to figure it out. That's all I said.
So do you know how we got here?
Yes.
Okay.
But that's not. But as the host said, it's not up for me to explain it to you. That's why all I said was, since you don't know,
but I'm just asking if it's so bad, and if I don't know why we were put here, which is why I'm an atheist, because there's no proof of anything.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you want to sit here and think that there's like a random God that was here for eternity, which is not true? There's nothing that can be eternal. And just magically be bored and create something. What if there was a human that was bored and created the word God and created like a nighttime book to put their kids to sleep and just use the word God and heaven and hell and things like that because they were bored, they created it.
Mm-hmm. So but for one,
y'all's mindset, y'all think that something was so like bored and he was a God, he was put in a no time zone and just drew out the world and the universe and things like that and just magically, you know what I mean? And y'all just sit there and praise him. No, that's definitely where it's coming from.
I promise you that's not the truth.
Okay, then explain.
So for one, as a part of creation, you cannot be the creator, for sure. So you got to agree that we are all part of the creation. So therefore we cannot be the creator. And also we live within space and time. The creator would have to live external of space, time, and matter to create such things, and we can see this in the things that we create here. So it's like if you create a sim, like a video game, you're not in the video game, correct? You created the video game. There's no GTA character that can create GTA. So that's why we know God is external.
Yeah, because that's the game.
Well, I'm saying, what's the difference of this creation and that creation?
Because this is real life, my love.
So you don't think this our reality was created by a creator?
Absolutely not. That's the thing. And if it was, there's no proof, and we don't know.
There's plenty of proof.
We don't know. No, there's not. Okay, what's the proof? That there was a cross buried under the ground and it had nails in it? Is that the proof?
So I'm going to challenge you to think critically, okay? So when I say 1 + 1 = 2, do you think that we created that, or did we discover that to be true?
I feel like, see, that's a good question, but repeat answers. Do we think that was true, or what? What did you say?
Like, so 1 + 1, we know for a fact equals 2. Okay.
Okay.
And even aside the question, I can tell you as fact, we did not create that expression. We discovered it to be true. We put
We
one
did
fi-
create it though, because
Well,
it is
let me-
how we
That's what I was
perceive
about to say.
it to
Well,
be true.
I-
That we
I can
decided in the collective agreement for that to be true. So it's something that we decided on
we
as a
tested.
collective, because there have been other
Go
forms
on.
of math that existed before this current form. So
Okay,
the
so-
Egyptians had their own math, Cuneiform, the Mesopotamians had their own math, lots of different cultures had their own maths. So to try to say that this is like, just because we understand and agree upon it now, as if it was always the case, it's not always been the case.
Well, I can prove to you it has always been the case. Real quick.
All right.
If you hold up one finger on one hand and another finger on the other
You're not
hand,
listening.
I'm listening. I hear what
No,
you,
you're not.
I hear what you say. I'm actually a computer science, so I do know binary math as well. So I'm
Yeah,
not disagreeing with you.
But just because we're currently agreeing on this current system of maths now, does not mean that's how it always was. Humanity has had several different forms of math throughout human history. So just because we agree on it now does not mean that just because we say it's true now, that it's always been the case. That's not true.
Well, this is where you're missing me. I never said math is factual. What I said was...
That is what you're saying.
No,
you're saying it's objective.
I said 1 + 1 = 2 is objective. Although that is math, I'm not talking about math as in its entirety. I'm talking about
but
the
we
expression.
are talking about math. If we're talking about creation and human history, then we're talking about all the math that have ever existed within human existence.
I'm talking about a specific expression. Okay?
Yeah, that we agree to is true today. That's what we agree today.
Okay. So tomorrow 1 + 1 could equal 4?
I mean, if you want to put it that way, yeah.
Oh, yes. 1 plus.
I mean, yeah.
Tomorrow, 1 + 1 could equal 4.
No, listen, we created math. So if we really wanted to,
she left because she was about to have to contradict herself super hard.
But no.
Hello?
She probably had something to do.
1 + 1 is now.
Hold on. When you come up, please mute until I ask you to come off mute.
Sorry.
No problem.
Your fave forever.
Okay.
From the beginning of time until the end of time, 1 + 1 will always be 2.
We're gonna
move on.
Letting you go.
Yeah, we're gonna move on from the conversation because life is a construct. Time is a construct. That's why everybody doesn't experience. That's why you got all these different time zones, because everyone isn't experiencing it the same way at the same time. Because if time was something that we discovered, it would be universal, and it being 2 o'clock here means it would be 2 o'clock everywhere at the same time. But guess what? It isn't. Because it's a construct. It's something that we made up. We could have said a one day was a 40-hour period. We could have said one day was a 16-hour period. We could have said one day was 48. We could have said whatever, but we decided on 24-hour period and do 12-hour segments. But time definitely is a construct. It is something that we all agreed to. It is something that we made up. The calendars have changed. Did you not know that calendars changed? Is that a yes or a no? Changed. So that means that it is a construct that we made it up, because we used to have 13-month cycles. Now we have 12. Exactly. That's how you know it's made up.
But what I'm trying to tell you about your blunder is that's not what time is. Time is, and you can look this up. Anybody can look this up. Time is simply a measurement of change in state. Okay? So when something changes, it's a measurement of time begins. When something starts and finishes, you have a measurement of time. And how you calculate that can be different. The same way with math.
So you're defining the word with the word. So time is a measurement of time. Can we get another?
I said
no. That's what you said. You said time is
a measurement of changes in state. That's what I said. It's a measurement.
No, but the last thing you said that time was a measurement of time.
Well, I was giving you an example of how time starts and finishes and how it is measured. But time is a measurement of changes in state. Meaning when something changes from one state to another.
Okay, you said that like 3 or 4 times. We heard you say that. We heard you.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure you got the definition.
Yes, we live in a cyclical universe. Everything is on cycles. Yes, we know that. But I thought we were talking about, because time, again, like I said, is a construct. How we measure it is a construct. When we say this took this many days, this took this much time, that's where religion gets it wrong, because they actually believe that the 3 days, 3 nights were actually a 24-hour period that Jesus was in the earth, or that Israel was walking 40 years in the wilderness. It's something that's supposed to be a 40-day journey. We end up being a 40-year journey. And you all think that's something that actually took place in time and space, because you're measuring time from a 60-minute or 60-second interval and calculating it as a day is a 24-hour period. And that's not what this book is talking about. But I'm about to go to the next guest. Yusuf, is that how you say that? You can
yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm Muslim.
Oh, okay.
So are Muslims allowed in this?
This is deconstructing from all organized religion. So it's not necessarily that I'm really here to talk to people that give their allegiance to external gods. But if you have a question, if you want to have a conversation,
so I'm not allowed to debate.
Okay. No, I don't. This is not a debating live.
Oh, what is it?
It's a deconstructing live. We're deconstructing from Christianity and all organized religion. I've come to the realization that the Bible, and even though I'm not really I don't really know anything. I'm gonna say I don't know anything about the Quran, but I do accept that the Quran is just like the Bible. It is esoteric knowledge. It is a metaphysical book.
Yes.
Whatever is saying in the Quran is saying in that Bible. Whatever the Bible is saying in that Torah. Whatever the Torah, your Upanishads, Emerald Tablets, the Vedas, the Bhagavad Gita, they're all saying the same thing.
We think that the Bible was changed. Our belief is the Bible was changed.
Okay.
So, and then the Quran was not changed. It was preserved since Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah, I think you want to go to a Christian live and debate over y'all beliefs. This ain't it, because I could really care less. Right, we're deconstructing from all of it. Yeah. We don't see none of that. We don't care what y'all believe. Y'all get to have y'all beliefs.
And instead of just going to lives and trying to debate, you should go to lives to listen and seek truth as well as just giving your opinion.
Yeah, I listen and debate. Like, I listen and then I give my argument and what I think about their piece.
But going into any conversation ready to debate is going to lead you to more falsehood, You got to go to lives, express how you feel, stand on what you feel, but...
I'll wait like a couple of minutes so I can listen to what they're debating about and what their arguments, and I'll see what I think about them, and then if I should debate or not.
Yeah, we don't have any arguments. We have our truth. We have our truth.
I'm on the wrong line.
Right. We have our truth. And our truth is that this world is a dream world. And we're all experiencing our own belief systems. And the only truth is whatever you say it is. The only truth is whatever you say it is. And I know Christianity, boy, they don't like that.
Faith.
They don't like that.
That's what I'm about to say. Like, your faith, that don't sound like crazy talk. Even being an atheist, like, that gotta be wild. Everybody living their own truth. There's no.
But people are already doing it. You act like that's why y'all trying to get converts, because you don't like that people are living their own truth, and you want people to give allegiance to your truth. You don't like that people are doing their own thing. So you're like, you're doing your own thing is going to lead you to a fiery burning place for eternity. So let me come save you from yourself. You don't want to leave people alone and let them live and let them make their own choices in life. No, you want them to think like you. You want people to conform to your belief system.
No, that's not true at all. I just want people to seek the actual one truth. And I believe.
Yeah, but what makes Christianity the one truth as opposed to everybody else? Why? So that lets you know that there are many. Because you're saying the one truth, that means there are many truths. Then you're saying that your truth is the right one. You keep saying the one, but you think it's the right truth as opposed to everyone else's truth is right wrong. Truth. Yeah, you're saying that your truth is the one truth that's right, and everybody else's truth is wrong.
No, what I'm saying is there is only one truth. Everything else is false by definition. So if I say the grass is green and you say the grass is anything other than green, you're wrong.
The thing is, you keep using a physical example or analogy for something that we can't physically see. So in it on itself, you're building a straw man. Because what? Because God is something you can't see, but every time you try to make me know your truth, you're giving me physical things to compare it to.
No,
because here's the thing. My issue isn't. I think you're arguing the wrong premise. I'm not in disagreement with you on what we all agree to physically. What we see in our physical world. Yes, I see trees. I see a blue sky. I see an ocean that reflects the light and appears to be blue, but we know water is clear. We know water has no color. Although we'll say ocean blue, ocean blue. You ever been to an ocean? You look at it, you put it in your palm, it ain't blue no more. It's clear. But it appears to be blue because of the sun that's shining down on it. Right? So we see blue sky, like, yes, that world, we all share the same earth. I'm not saying we don't all share the same earth, but we all live in different worlds. Because we're right, because your worldview is different from my worldview, but we all are on this third dimensional plane that we call a planet, that we call third rock from the sun, Earth. Yes, we are sharing that, but how we are experiencing this earth is different.
So I did name something else that you skipped over that wasn't something physical, but it is still a truth that we all live by in our reality. And again, reality is just expressing the things that, regardless of your subjective ideologies, is true.
What's that?
Meaning, water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius.
That's still a physical thing. Again, that is a physical. Water isn't physical. When water being frozen isn't physical. That's something you can detect with your senses. With your five, you can touch it, you can see it. That's physical. Anything that you can detect with the 5 senses, whether you can hear it, taste it, smell it, touch it, see it, that's physical. That's what we call physical. That's 5 senses.
I was referring to the freezing temperature. But okay, so let's
but Fred, how do you know it's freezing unless you feel it? You only know something is freezing because you detect it with your senses. Yes. But you have to detect the change of state with the senses. Why are you arguing with me? This is a useless argument, because why don't you just agree that yes, you are detecting the freezing water with your senses? Like, come on.
I'll concede.
Thank you. Like, we gotta argue just to argue. Don't be contrarian just to be,
I
come on.
I was referring to something different, but do you agree that the laws of logic exist?
What are the laws of logic?
The law of non-contradiction, the law of no middle, the law of identity. Do you agree that those exist?
I'm not familiar with them. So define them for me. What's the law of non-contradiction?
The law of non-contradiction simply means a bachelor cannot be single. A bachelor cannot be married. There's no such thing as a married bachelor.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Yeah, based on how we defined a bachelor and a
married person,
right? Well, so we all agree to. Yes. Okay.
The law of non-contradiction is not something tangible, but it is something we live by that expresses our reality.
Okay.
Okay, so there you have something that is objectively true that we cannot see, touch, smell, or hear, or taste.
Okay,
we do have objective truths that are not empirical.
Okay.
Therefore, when you say something like, there could be multiple truths in our reality, that's inherently contradictory and not illogical, especially when you consider the law of I forgot what it's called, but like no middle. Like I don't know why it's slipping my mind, but there's what's the law of the excluded middle, meaning something it can either be one thing or another. It can't be both. It can only be true, one truth, or it's false.
But that's not true because you have tepid water. You can have water that's not extremely hot or cold, but it's in the middle. That's not true. Yeah, we call it tepid. We call it warm. If something's not all cold and something's not all hot, it's monkey in the middle. It's in the middle. It's both at the same time. So what you just said isn't true because I just gave you an example. Like, what are we doing?
No, that doesn't fit into the law of excluded middle. That's something. That's the law of identity. Tepid water is tepid water. You feel me?
But how do you describe it? As being both hot and cold. We call it warm.
You do not describe it.
You call it warm. You call it warm, or you call it lukewarm, or you call it. But you're not calling it cold, and you're not calling it hot.
Right.
But
so
whatever.
Is there a distinction between warm, cold, and hot water? Don't they all feel different? Does warm water?
They're both, but warm water is both hot and cold. That's why we call it warm.
Both.
Yes,
that's like saying gray isn't a real color. Gray is not black or white. It's gray. That's the law of identity.
It is black and white. Gray is both. But gray is both black and white. That's why we call it gray, because it's both.
It's not
like, what are we doing? Teal is both blue and green. That's why it's called teal. One has some of the blue in it. It has it may have more green than blue. But it has both.
Okay.
It has both. Like, what are we doing?
Can I interject?
Real quick, from what you're saying, yellow is green and blue. It's not its own. It doesn't have its own identity. Correct. Yellow doesn't exist. It's just green and blue.
Right, blue. Right, it's blue.
No, it's not right.
Green.
Yellow.
Yeah, it's blue and green. Right. We agreed to call it yellow. We agreed to call it yellow, but it is a mixture of two things, and we decided to call it green. But it's a mixture of two colors.
You're blundering. Yellow.
No, you just don't like that. I disagree with you. But go ahead, Latifah.
We was all introduced to the color wheel. So
brackish water exists, which is a mix of fresh and salt water. It is brackish. It's not fully salt water, and it's not fully fresh water.
So is it distinct?
There's lots of places where that type of thing exists, where two things are true at the same time.
You ever seen the
again, that falls into the law of identity, meaning it is what it is. It's not both. Just because it's black and white doesn't.
No, it is both.
Just because it shares.
Because it's not distinctly one or the other.
Just because it shares characteristics of black and white.
So okay, wait a minute. Okay, so do you believe in the race construct that there are Caucasian people and African people? Do you believe that there are a black person?
No, that's a construct.
Oh, okay. So that's a construct.
I mean, wait a
minute, but I thought you said that because a construct is subjective, but you said there's only objective truth. Hold up, wait a minute. So race is the construct that we agree to, and that's a subjective thing, but you just told me that life is only objective, that there is only one truth.
There is only one truth, that race does not exist.
No, wait. Can I?
I mean, I agree with you. Race doesn't exist.
Can I please interject?
Go ahead. But here's the thing. When you say please interject, just please come up and greet. Hello, How you doing?
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
What up? Hey, what's going on?
I just want to say we all breathe the same air, and I think at that point, if you can look at that retrospect right there, that we all breathe the same air, that's God power right there. Because
power?
Yeah. Because if he was to cut that off, then everything that's in existence right now are shut off.
I agree with that. That's God's power, not our
really?
power. We have no control.
Really? So God love evil then?
No.
Yeah. Because God could just withdraw the breath from the evil folks, and then they'll be done away with. But no, he keep it alive. He let Satan run wild. He let demons run wild. He let the devil run wild. He let evil run wild. Because all he would have to do, this God that you're referring to, is withdraw the breath. But he ain't doing that. He letting it go with for whatever they know.
You misinterpreting what I'm saying.
No, I'm not misinterpreting anything. I'm putting it back on you. I'm showing you the hypocrisy of what you're saying.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me say this, right? Let me just say this. All right. So you just got these individuals that just went out to explore the moon again, which I don't think that was whatever. But I'm just saying though, if God was to just throw your body, not your consciousness, but your body out to space. If God was to just throw your body out to space, then you no longer exist.
Talking about what God would do, these hypotheticals, what God didn't already let happen. Now, to get away from the hypotheticals, what he would, might, could, should do, what about what has already been done? What about what God is allowing to take place?
Hold on real quick.
How about that? How about what the evil that God just sits back and chill and let happen? Because the God that you're referring to is you. Human is God. Because if God, the only reason why evil exists is because humans exist. The only reason why good exists is because humans exist. If human beings didn't exist on this plane, evil wouldn't exist.
Got nothing to do with evil.
God created the evil.
Right, yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, he could destroy everything that he does.
But it's not even a he, because God is not a man. I got to get away from this he thing. We got to get away from the source of all things. I
ain't gonna get into the he, she.
Right.
But that's cool. I'm gonna accept that. But I'm just saying that the breath that we breathe, the breath that we breathe is life in itself.
Okay.
And we undermine that so much. Like, okay, like for real. And that's why, like, and I ain't gonna try to say other religions or whatever, but other practices or whatever, they try to teach you how to breathe, how to just breathe. So I'm saying that if you were stripped of the ability to even breathe, you ain't gonna even be here no more.
Right.
So that
and then what? And then what? See, here's the thing. This is what I don't understand. People are so busy talking about what's going to happen when they're not here, instead of doing what they can do while they are. What are you doing while you are here? We want to argue about how we got here, what's going to happen after we leave here, and skip over the middle part, which is the most important part. What are you going to do now you are here? You exist. Instead of arguing about how you became to exist, and if you're going to exist after your awareness of this third dimensional plane, how about make the most of your existence now?
Well, the flaw in doing that is that everything that's happening right now will come to an end, but your spirit lives eternally. So what happens after you unalive is what
nobody knows. You have absolutely no idea.
But regardless,
you have absolutely no idea what happens once this body goes back, returns to the dust. You have absolutely no idea.
My point is
my point is that's why I'm no longer a Christian.
Do you agree that your spirit lives eternally?
Yes.
You have to.
So yeah.
Even if you're a Christian, you have to.
Right.
Yes.
So if you agree that your spirit lives eternally, which means forever, and that this 3D plane will end one day, then it's not as important as what we do here versus as what happens to us after we leave.
What you think is going to happen to us?
I mean, well, first I just want to make sure we on the same page that's what's more important.
No, we're not on the same page. Because the only reason why you think that we need to be on the same page, because you think what happens after we experience this third dimensional plane, that it can be something worse for those who don't agree.
Wait. Suggesting that we go into eternity.
Okay.
And where you spend eternity matters, correct?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's where we differ.
Where you spend eternity doesn't matter?
No. There's nowhere to spend it. What you mean spend it? Spend it where? Where are we going? There's nowhere to go. Where are we going? Where are we going?
You just say your spirit exists eternally.
Yeah. So where eternity is now.
So wait.
What?
We are experiencing eternity now. Where there's nowhere to go. Where are we going? I just want to answer the question. Where are we going?
Can I interject?
Wait a minute. Let him answer the question first. Because I asked it like 5 times.
All right.
Yeah. So we go to eternity. Eternity. We can spend eternity with God the Father, or we can spend eternity not with God the Father.
Interesting.
So is
that's what we disagree. That's what we disagree.
That's why I disagree.
I'm gonna sit up here and I'm gonna drop the host, and I do enjoy the show, but host, if you could let people talk instead of just over talking them, like it's a good conversation, but you just constantly just keep over talking. I understand you don't want to agree with them they saying because it's a disagreement or whatever, but this is a great topic. If you could kind of like tone it down a little bit as far as you cutting in and out, like I'm finna drop down. You can drop me too, but I'm just saying, like this is just some advice.
No, thank you. I didn't. Unsolicited advice is never taken. Unsolicited advice is never taken. But okay.
Girl, you sounding ignorant as hell.
Okay.
Like really,
you can block yourself. You can block yourself. You don't have to come back. You can block.
That's okay.
I mean, I don't understand. Like, you come up telling me you enjoy my show, but I'm ignorant, and why are you on my show?
This is a learning platform for us all, and I think religion is one of the biggest platforms it is to try to overcome. Like you could be a great scientist, you could be a great physicist, you can be a great whatever, but nobody's gonna be a great religionist.
I feel like y'all are getting caught. I feel like y'all get caught up on religion.
That's what it is, really.
Following God and living a religious life are not synonymous. Jesus literally says you can live a religious life, and when you get to heaven, he could say he never knew you. There's a difference between relationship and religion. Both are important.
I don't mean to cut you off. But I'm just saying, I really feel like unproud of a creator that will create you and then deem you as unworthy or whatever, however you want to classify it. So I'm gonna condemn you to hell or whatever, however you gonna classify it. I'm just saying, like if I was to create something, that's my baby. Like that's my baby. Like that's what I look at. Like that's my baby, and I'm gonna do everything to nurture it, to make it. And I'm not good with the understanding that God do that to somebody. That's all.
Yeah, so God doesn't do that.
No. Wait. Before you even continue. Right?
Yeah.
I'm saying the way it's put in the Bible that God done caused wraths, massive wraths, like the big flood or whatever, however you want to look at it. This was God's work. Now the ideology behind it, whatever, don't make sense to me, because why would you create something then want to destroy it?
But yeah, so he did that because the blood got tainted by angels having sex with humans. So the blood was tainted.
But he created them though.
He created who?
If you saying that the angels, where they come from? Heaven. They came from heaven.
No, you said that God is supposed to be the creator of all things, and if God created everything and created the universe, and he would have created everything in the universe.
Right.
He did. I was just asking him what he was referencing when he said he created.
It doesn't really matter.
Well, he was making a point. I was just trying to get clarification on his point specific. But you're right. It doesn't matter. He did create everything, angels and humans. But I was just asking what he was referencing.
Yeah,
And
that's
evil.
what I'm saying.
That means
Yeah,
God
but
created evil.
good and evil is the yin and yang. Whatever. You gotta have night and day. You gotta have.
No, that's exactly right. So how can you have good without evil?
Right.
And
But
vice
I'm
versa.
saying, but he created both though.
Yeah, how could
that's
you
the
have
case-
either one alone?
But you can't give either one more value than the other.
You think
Because-
you could have good? You think you could create a good world without evil existing?
If we talking about the God Almighty
Yes.
that could do everything, then yeah, he
So-
could. He could. But why?
There's a blunder. There's a blunder in that. God.
No, there isn't. If God
God is
created the Garden of Eden, and Eden was good, and what God created
Eden
was
was-
good, he didn't have
He
to
put
create
the
evil.
tree in there. He put the
So,
tree in
see,
there and said,
you-
"Don't touch." He put the tree in there and
You
said,
just made a
"Don't touch."
blunder as well. So Eden is referenced as heaven on earth. Okay, Eden was where God could be. His presence could be with humans. It's heaven on earth. God can only be in heaven. So
Why would you be? Wait, I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna just say this, right? Before existence, before anything, before it was Big Bang Theory, before it was all of that, like let's just imagine the universe as a person, as a real person, and it's just waking up. Like the universe, like we just saying, the universe is just waking up, and he like, okay, what am I here? What am I here for? And he tried to do whatever he tried to do whatever to create something to have substance to why he even here, right? And so then. Because if you got to imagine, right? Like, because at the end of the day, as above, so below. But if the universe in the whole, right, it's like, why am I here? What am I trying to put a
gender on it.
Yeah, I ain't trying to put a gender on it. Whatever. Why am I here? Eh? And he's steady trying to figure out why. Then ain't that the same thing? Ain't that the same thing that we actually out here doing right now?
No.
Tell me how it's not.
Yeah, we're here living a life to reflect God. And when you don't reflect God, you're living in the world.
But wait, this is what I'm saying. I ain't trying to cut you off.
No, you're good.
Even though I did cut you off.
No, you're good.
I'm not trying to cut you off. But if this is true, I'm speaking on the universe. Ain't no Bible in play right now. So ain't no instructions the universe got to go to
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the universe actually does have instructions. So the universe, you can sum up the universe to our reality. And as I was speaking.
No, that's for us though. That's for us looking at the universe. That ain't for the universe looking at us.
Well,
that's
so
for us.
The rules of the universe is that if you throw a ball up, it will fall down to a bigger mass. The rules of the universe say, the rules of the universe, there's a lot of rules, like laws of physics, the laws of this and that, the law of attraction is the.
But I'm asking you to look at the universe as a kid, as if they don't know none of it. They don't know none of this. They just growing the same way we growing.
Yeah.
But this the universe growing though.
Right.
But I'm asking you to look at in a perspective of the universe.
So I would just say the same way God has written the laws into the universe and how it must operate, God has also written his laws into our hearts. So you don't need the Bible to know what is right and wrong. You know, the Bible tells us it's written on our hearts.
I get that, but I'm just saying that don't take away from what I'm asking though.
Okay, I'm kind of
I'm asking the universe itself. If it was a child that was trying to learn, like, okay, what do I do next? What do I do next? The universe don't have no instructions because it don't gotta whatever. If you want to classify, like, we got mamas and daddies that could kind of help us through
the universe does have instructions, and we can observe the instructions given to the universe.
They given to them by law of nature, though. But see, this one.
All right. Y'all losing my audience. I'm gonna have to cut this off because you're taking too long to get to the point. Taking too long to say what you mean. Nobody understands it, so we're finna cut this conversation short. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what's going on, and this is my lab. So if y'all want to have y'all own private conversation, I suggest y'all go have and start y'all, because I'm about deconstructing Christianity, and it doesn't sound like that's what this is going on. I don't know where this conversation is going, so we're gonna end it. Because I don't know what y'all talking about. I have no idea what's going on. No idea. I'm deconstructing Christianity, and I get what you're saying, but people in my chat are not following, because Christianity want to tell you this set of laws and rules that you must abide by in order to please this external God. We know that we are the universe. We are God experiencing form, we are spiritual beings. We don't become spiritual. We are spiritual. We are eternity experiencing having a finite experience. We are infinity having a finite experience. We are eternity.
That don't sound like a contradiction.
No, I'm 100%.
Here's the thing. Yes, it's going to sound like a contradiction to the sleeping mind, and that's okay. The awakened mind knows that this world is a dream world, because as the book tells you, God calls, which is consciousness awareness, calls a deep sleep to fall upon humanity, which is Adam. It never says he wakes up, but Paul tells you that we all sleep in Adam and we all wake as Christ, one by one. Not everybody at the same time. This ain't a group project. There's a lot of my mutuals like to say.
What about the part where Christ said, people might say that, but then they'll get to heaven and he'll be like, I never knew you.
What you mean?
I just feel like you shared.
No. You need to draw that script out. What does that script say? I think you left out some bits and pieces to fit your narrative. But say the whole script.
But that's the whole thing. Why is everybody worried about what like judgment? Like, why is everything like, okay, so you spend your whole year as a kid, whatever, looking forward to Christmas, and that's your grace right there. Like, you get to have a good Christmas because you've been a good child for the whole year. But this is not really what this is about, though. Like, this, I don't know how to put it another way, but you really meant to find your own way.
Yeah, just say what you mean what you say.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can't say it no other way. Like,
right.
You really meant to find your own way. Like, okay,
right.
You may not agree with this, and this.
Yeah.
Right. We know we're not here to find ourselves pleasing to something external to us. That's why we left religion, because religion makes you look on the outside. Religion makes you look for validation from this outside source, saying, am I doing it right? Am I doing it right? Am I doing it right?
Am I doing it right? That's what I mean. That whole validation part right there. That's what I mean. That whole validation part right there is the stronghold right there, which I have. You know, an old person talking to you that's been in Christianity for however many years, telling you that whatever they telling you. I'm just saying, we all got different paths. All of us got different paths. But I'm saying that at the end of the day, you're going to have to look in yourself.
Exactly.
You can't avoid it.
Exactly. And yes, I used to be a Christian. I know the doom and gloom of what the future is supposed to hold for those who are not followers of Christ. But the truth is, they don't know if hell is real. Just because somebody said they dreamed about hell, so that makes hell real. That's their own personal, private interpretation of their own fears being manifested while they are unconscious, while their subconscious has been impressed with fear and condemnation. They dream about it. They experience it in another dimension.
I be having dreams too, like that. And I every time I do.
Dreams like what?
My favorite song is Your Mind Playing Tricks on You.
Oh, you're right. I've never had a dream like that. I've never had a dream of a hell. Never dreamed it. Never.
I ain't never dreamed of hell, but I've dreamed of being in some hellish situations. But that's my main go-to song for when I do. Like, yeah, your mind playing tricks on you, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah, because this ain't nothing but, come on, look. So if I can explain it in my way, because I know you always call it the Matrix, and I know we done adapted the name Matrix because old girl made the movie about the Matrix or whatever. I know we done all adapted that name, but for real, like, this is a place that truly you got more control than you think you got, and then you kind of mislimit. That's not even a word, but whatever. Your power to change.
You limit yourself. Yes.
To change what you act. Because look, so what you actually.
Well, here's the thing. Born again, is like you not saying what you want to say, so you missing some people, because you need to figure out your delivery, because you start and then you stop, you start and then you stop, and you're losing people with the message because you're not fully making it a fully formed sentence. So you kind of stopping and breaking up, stopping, and so we don't quite understand what you're saying because you're not saying it. Just say it. You don't have to try to make it sound right. Just say it, and it'll be okay. Because when I start to talk, and then because then when I start to talk, then we be talking at the same time, and so even I guess when they come up here and try to say that I was interjecting, no, I was not cutting nobody. I wasn't cutting people off when they were talking. I know how to sit and listen when people have when people are talking. I know how to sit and listen, but I will interject if I find that you're saying something that I don't agree with. And it's my platform, so I can interject.
Yeah, you could.
And if you don't like it, then then if you don't like it, then you just have to go somewhere else.
To be honest, I ain't been paying no attention to the chat. So whatever they got to say is I got to say.
I know.
Toyia.
Yes.
I know when we was talking about truths, like yeah, everybody gonna have a different
truth
view of what they feel they truth is.
Right, and that's what Christians have a problem with.
That's not truth though. The truth is the truth. Like it ain't no avoiding that. Like, so look. So like
I don't know what people mean by that. What do you mean the truth is no avoiding that? What does that mean?
Okay.
What is the truth? Tell us what the truth is.
All right. So I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna end my plane. I'm gonna land my plane on this. Right. The truth is, on your block, the lights come on at 7 o'clock at night. Bow. That's gonna happen every night, whether you like it or not, whatever. That's the truth. That's it. The lights come on at 7 o'clock. Bow. We ain't doing 7:01. We ain't doing 7:02. We ain't doing 7:09. The lights come on at 7 o'clock every night. Bow. That's the truth.
I just don't understand what that have to do with truth. That doesn't sound like truth to me. I don't know, because you're telling me about a happening that you think is external to me. Like, that's not a truth to me. Telling me, oh, the law of gravity, oh, the laws of mathematics.
No.
Those are facts. But facts are not truth. Just because something is factual doesn't make it necessarily make it truthful. And the truth is, life happens to you based on your assumptions about it. That's what's true. That's why truth is subjective. That's why truth is subjective. And so when people try to tell me what's truth, they try to tell me about some, you want to give me scientific and mathematical, but that's only on this third dimensional plane. It's not a cosmic truth just because it happens on this in the 3D. Because it happens in the 3D.
No.
But if I told you that you could experience some things that you, like we say that fire is supposed to burn.
Wait a minute.
You can experience something where fire doesn't burn. When people say I don't mean to, of course you mean to. That's why you're doing it. You mean to cut me off. Just say I'm going to interject. But to say that you don't mean to and then do it anyway, of course you mean to. Yes, you mean to interrupt me. Just say I'm pardon the interruption, or I'm going to interject, or let me interject. But to say you're not meaning to, of course you do, or you wouldn't be doing it. Go ahead.
When you put batteries in your remote control to operate your TV, you expect it to work, right?
If the batteries are good, yeah.
No. It's a yes, no question. If you put batteries in your remote control to your TV that you done took out batteries because you know that it's died because it ain't working no more, you expect it to work, right?
Yes, if I put in new batteries, yep.
All right. So that's the truth. That's the truth. You literally saying that when I put these new batteries in this remote, then this remote should work.
Okay, and
so I'm just saying. So when the batteries get put in the remote and it don't work, then now you're looking for something else. Now you're looking for something else that if they don't work, now you're looking for something else that could.
But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that experience wasn't a true experience. Like, what are we doing? Like, why are we complicating life? It just means I've experienced a truth that the batteries that I did I just put it in and it doesn't work. It's true that those batteries doesn't work. Why are we complicating it? I'm gonna go to the next because to me this doesn't help people. We need real life practical things, and truth is relative. And I know people don't want to accept that, but truth is subjective. This doesn't help people to say, oh, I put batteries in it, either work or it's not going to work. So what? Who cares if it's true or not? What that has absolutely nothing to do with it. Either the remote is going to work or it's not. And I'm going to maybe the remote is broke. And I don't matter what batteries I put in it, the shit just ain't going to work because the damn remote is broke. Then what? The batteries are good, but the remote is broke. So then guess what? I got to go buy another remote. What the hell that has to do with truth? Absolutely nothing. It has absolutely nothing to do with truth. It's an experience.
Why are you being argumentative?
It's an argumentative because you said you was going to land your plane, and I just don't understand what you're saying. And you keep giving these analogies that is not supporting what you're saying. And I'm passionate, not argumentative. And if you don't like the tone of the voice and that my voice raises, it's a you problem, not a me problem, because I'm not changing. But this is what I do.
All right.
This is how I talk. This is how I talk. So my voice does elevate, especially if you start talking with me, because you talk with me a lot. When I'm talking, you talk with me, so my voice gets elevated. And I tell people, if you think I'm too loud, turn your volume down. It's a real simple fix. If you think I'm too loud, turn your volume down. It's a real simple fix. It really helps. But I'm going to the next guest. Hello, Keith. Welcome back.
What's happening? It sounds like we got Good Friday going on around now.
Yes. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. I'm telling you, man, it's just wonderful. That's the way I'm seeing it. That's how it is. That's exactly how it is.
Beautiful.
You know,
You got some noise back there.
Friday, tornado warning.
I know, right? What's going on? Wow, that was loud, wasn't it?
Yeah. Ours goes off every Friday at 11.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all get a lot of tornadoes? That has to come on every Friday?
Every single Friday.
Oh wow. I didn't know you were tornado country.
Oh, yeah.
I thought tornado country was like the flat plain, the plains over there.
India's pretty flat.
It's pretty flat. Okay,
mm-hmm.
Okay.
For the most part, until you go south toward Louisville. Sorry. I was a little distracted earlier, so.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
I didn't get in on them as early as I could have. I'm keeping everybody on easy mode today, unless I get activated.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's just so interesting to me that people want to control other people's behaviors and other people's expression.
Right.
Yeah, let people be who they are.
Right.
I don't understand. Right. I don't like, well, why you this? Why you this? And you need to do that. First of all, this is not a Christian life. So if you looking for Christian doctrine to be espoused and we're going to sit here and listen to it, not going to happen. We're going to interrupt. If a Christian comes on here and they want to get to telling us about how we need to be saved and how we need Jesus and how they want to start preaching the gospel, no one wants to hear it. We've been there, done that. This is a deconstructing live. This is not a debate live. Sometimes it get a little debatable. I'm not going to say that doesn't happen. I'm going to say arguments don't kind of, we kind of tussle a little bit, but that's okay. Sometimes, tussling is good for the mind. Good, it helps us sharpen our sword,
Sure. Sometimes we get that way. I mean, the thing is, I put in the comments, no ops. This is for people who are deconstructing. People still come up and want to argue. So either we're having comprehension issues or they're genuinely looking for a debate. So, I mean, what do you want us to do?
And then what's so crazy to me is that Christians can't see their subjectivity.
Well, they see exactly how God is subjective. They just like to call God objective because it's God. But God's truth is very subjective.
Very.
They always say that, well, the rainfall of the just and the unjust, and bad things happen to good people because God is subjective, because God can choose how all that goes. And then they want to say, well, there's free will and there's evil, which God also created. So, it's all over the place.
Yeah, the subjective becomes objective, but it starts out subjective, which means it starts out being invisible, what you cannot see. And then
God would be, sorry to make
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say that God would be objective if God was the same yesterday, today, and forever. We see in the Bible that's not true. That's very obvious. So if you're taking it literally, that is.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Because here's the thing, what never changes, law. The law never changes. And what's the law? It's always on according to your belief. That never changed. That is what's the same today, tomorrow, and yesterday. That law never changes. It always happens according to your assumptions about it. That's what makes it subjective and relative and can change at any time. Because at any time you can believe in a thing that you have not been believing. At any time you can resonate with whatever it is that you want to manifest. Right? Now, what I did agree with is he's right. We are discovering, we are unveiling these things. All things already exist. The only reason why you may not be experiencing it is because you don't align to it. Your eyes are veiled. There's a veil. You're blinded or you're deaf, right? That's why you can't hear it or you can't see it. But that doesn't mean it isn't there. That doesn't mean it isn't happening. It just means that you're unconscious or unaware of it. That's it.
Simple as that. And the thing is, you don't know what you don't know, right? You don't know that what exists.
Oh, say that again, because people love to tell me what they know. What they know.
You don't know what you don't know. That's the key. That's the difference.
I operate in knowing. Not if you don't know it. People hate to admit that there's some things they just don't know. What's wrong with saying you just don't know?
The certainty, the need for certainty in a religious context is obviously it's fueled by fear, because that's the only way you can make sense of a world that doesn't make sense, is coming from a place of certainty. Yeah. Otherwise, everything becomes just like anything could be true. Everything up is down, down is up. You know, it really is disorienting. I specifically speaking for myself, when I was getting out of college, I was like very, very religious. But going into college, I was religious, and I realized that the reason why I was so, now looking back, was so religious is because I was going into this whole new world, going to a college campus. I didn't know anybody. I was throwing myself in a whole world where I didn't know what to expect or what to even go for, like what to, I didn't have a North Star in that way. And so religion became that for me.
Okay.
Speaking for myself. So a lot of people do that where they're, down on their luck, dealing with, lifestyle issues, things that they want to change about themselves. They turn to religion as a focal point to help them get from point A to point B. And it's just a means to an end. It should never really become the end in my mind. But it's just a means to an end. You know, you don't have to, like the guy was talking about how he used to smoke all day and all this and all that. And he wanted to stop smoking. Mm-hmm. And the way he felt like doing that was, well, if I give my life to Christ, God's gonna give me everything I need to stop.
Yeah.
And it was on him.
Yeah.
On him the whole time.
But like I said, if you think it took your belief in an external God for these things to take place, who am I to say that's wrong?
100%. Yeah. I mean, people can have their stuff. My thing is just don't try to tell me that it's historical, that it's this, it's that. It's faith. It's you deciding.
But what about the artifacts? What about everything that these scientists are digging up, girl?
The artifacts, the Shroud of Turin, which I just watched a whole deep dive on that.
Did you?
Yes. How fake it is. I mean, it's from the 13th century. But anyway, yeah. Just people need, why does it matter that you need Jesus' shroud? Like what? They don't even know where.
Because as much as they claim they have faith, which means not being able to see a thing, they want to see it.
Right.
They want proof to back up their belief, even though the whole premise of their faith is supposed to be trusting in something they cannot see.
I mean, but every thing of having to see the Jesus's, the holes in his hands. That's all this is. Who cares if you have the shroud or the tomb? It doesn't matter. It doesn't make the story less powerful if you have the real artifact. It doesn't make sense. It's just, I believe it because I feel like I believe it because it helps me through my life.
Yes.
And that's all it takes. Don't try to give me the bullshit about it being true. So we don't need to go there. It's not necessary. It's still just as powerful, even if you don't have those artifacts.
Here's my thing. They are the poster children or the poster child for truth is subjective. Because their whole belief system is subjective truth. There is no hardcore proof of anything they believe in, even though they keep telling us there is proof. All of the proof is made up, right? Oh, they found the ark. Oh, they found the clothes that Jesus wore. Oh, they found his blood. All of that is construed. They
completely
contrived.
All of people who are Christian scholars, they have every interest in trying to make this thing true for their own personal beliefs. That's where most of these,
for their own personal gain, for their own personal gain.
Christians.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, their own personal gain. You just like, you don't, right? I'm like, because your belief is
blood because he doesn't have any descendants. There's no blood to test.
What DNA are you comparing against? Who's like what? Like what are we doing? Do y'all not watch Law and Order, SVU? Like CSI? Y'all not watching CSI? Like how are you convinced that this blood is Jesus? Like what are you using to validate this?
Exactly.
Other than
I mean, just they were like, oh yeah, like there's the shroud really has blood, and not to mention this really quickly on the shroud of Turin, the way that it shows, like how you see it, it looks like a face if you look at it, you know. And the thing is that if it was real, it would not look like a face. It's flat out because it's a cloth that was put over a 3D object, the body. So any way of, any blood that was on the face would be distorted if you straightened out and put it on like the ground, for example, or something like that. It would not look like a face. It would be distorted if it was actually real.
The fact that there's no description of Jesus.
Come on,
physically,
right? We don't know anything.
We have no idea. There is no physical description of this man.
None.
Well, we don't know if he's 4'2". We don't know if he's a midget, a dwarf. We don't know if he was a giant. We don't know if average height, tall for his height. We don't know if he's. We have no idea what color his skin is. If he had a mustache, if he had short hair, we don't know. They're like, well, the people of that day, they would have looked this way. We see that don't.
None of that matters. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, like we don't have anything. We don't have any of his writing. We don't know if he could read or write. We don't know. We don't know. They say we know how many siblings that he had. We don't really truly know how many siblings he did or didn't have. We can't trace the genealogy accurately because he doesn't have a father. So trace it back. He's supposed to go to the line of David. I don't think that's accurate. I think there's some genealogy in the Bible about that, but I don't believe that. It's very convenient. It's a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, come on, y'all. Like they know a lot about Muhammad. I do truly believe that Muhammad was a real person, but he was also illiterate. Muhammad was also illiterate. So.
And how old was Muhammad when he married? The only reason I don't see him as being real is because how old was he when he married this 9-year-old child? That's what I'm just like.
I don't know exactly.
A 6-year-old child. 9. That's what I say, because anything in these sacred texts is symbolic. Numbers, names. That's why I'm like, again, this is a story to reveal a spiritual sacred truth. It's not about people that existed in time and space. It's telling you about the mind. His whole life is about the journey of the mind. Just like Jesus's whole life is about the journey of the mind, right? It's all about the mind. And it's just telling you when a mind that has come into the reality of who it is, has awakened to the truth of his being. And perfect just means that you are whole and complete and you lack nothing. It's not that you don't make mistakes. That's what people think perfect is, that you don't learn, that you don't have error, or that you don't, there were some things Jesus wasn't perfect in the first time he tried it. What about when he was causing a man to see and the man didn't see right away? Or what about the 10 lepers? Only one came back. We don't know if the other 9 was healed because only one came back, right? Like we don't know.
And you know what, too? This is a separate, when you were just talking about the man he caused to see. Was that the one where he spit on his hands? And
I think so, right? I think, but I know it's a couple of them. I haven't read the Bible.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah.
There was, Justin Martyr was an early church writer way back when. I can't remember which century, so forgive me. But long story short, there were multiple deities during that same time period whose oracles would heal people by spitting
What?
So again, it's another thing that's totally taken from other cultures surrounding Judaism at the time. So it's not unique. None of these.
And then just how they make regular people like Jesus, right? You ever heard that guy John of God or something? Somebody that Oprah Winfrey had like co-signed. Mm-hmm. He I think it's like John of God, God of John, something, whatever. Something. He was in Brazil. But he had made it. Oprah went to go see him, co-signer. Of course, he ended up going to jail, and because he was out there doing some stuff he had no business doing. But what he had right, they always get caught up every time they make these people God. He would sit. He would people would come from all over to see him. They send long lines to see him. He would sit in this chair that looked like a throne or whatever, and the people would come by. They just wanted to touch his hand. If they almost like Jesus, if I could just touch the hem of his garment. He would sit there and he wouldn't even look at you. They would just come and they just thought if they just touched his hand, they would get healed. He was out here selling all kind of oils and cloths and pills. They said he was making about $40,000 a month. Of all, yeah. Wow. they said he was raking it. Oh my goodness, because I was like, Oprah don't have like such a good track record with some of these gurus that she be supporting. A lot of these gurus that especially a lot of men she attached herself to. A lot of these men I don't know what, like, I don't know nothing about Oprah, right? I only know what they tell us, but when they were talking, I like watching documentaries about people's lives just because I'm all about the mind. I want to know what you were thinking. What were you thinking? What was going on with you? How did you get where you are? And what I kind of realized, Oprah is a grifter. She would be what you would call a grifter because her audience was the middle class or the stay-at-home suburban wife. And it really wasn't for people that look like us. I mean, they kind of fell in there, but that wasn't her crowd. Her crowd was the educated suburban housewife, right? If you go back and just go back into the 80s and the 90s and see the type of topics that she was saying, she actually was Jerry Springfield. What's his name? Jerry Springfield, the one that used to fight.
Jerry Springer.
Jerry Springer. She was actually him without the fighting. Hers was just more controlled. But if you look at some of the stuff that she would bring onto her set, the different topics that they would talk about, they weren't really edifying. They really weren't about, helping people really, it was a talk show. And it was really about the ratings, and it was really about, telling people business. And then when you look at, she had that zero to hero story, just like a lot of these quote unquote grifters have. Her zero to hero story was, now I'm not going to say that she probably wasn't SA'd, right? But she said she was so poor, she had 2 cockroaches as friends.
Oh, wow.
That's something like.
I hadn't heard that one. Wow.
I was just like. But the mind is so naive, right? Because when we hear stuff like that, we're like, man, that must be really poor. That's really kind of trying to lean into people's emotions, right? Because it's no way to verify it. They said her family, though, her cousins was like, why is she talking like that? She know that wasn't true. She know she didn't have no cockroaches. Oh, wow.
Her background as a journalist, I mean, she knows the power of a story. So at the very minimum, it's a crafted story, of course. It's a PR approved story.
Yep, that's what it was. And because they were saying that she actually did birth a child, but for some reason she left that part out of the story. And they were like, well, why would she leave that part? Because that would actually be more endearing, right? That would actually pull more on people's emotions. And then somebody was like, well, she probably don't want the person trying to come look for her. Because, she got successful, whatever.
Wow,
and probably
crazy.
I know. It was like.
That's crazy.
And it's like, to me, it's just because yesterday I was watching Smittler on Netflix. Again, I like to watch the document because I watched the one that you said about Queen that's not
Cleopatra.
Cleopatra. Yep, I watched one with Cleopatra, and then after that, I watched the one on Smith because I want to understand the man. What's his mindset? What's he thinking? And the whole thing was because this is how you know consciousness is no respect of person and does not care what you believe and lean into, right? So what was his belief? It was their fault that my life wasn't great. And so he became a great speaker. He leaned into people's fears and struggles. And, because you had a lot of people, Germany had already lost the first war. He wasn't even from Germany. He wasn't even from Austria. They said he was from another town. And when they went to war, when he had the First World War, because they were just looking for people to enlist, they didn't really look at your documentation. They weren't verifying documentation because they were just taking whoever. And he ended up enlisting in the German army because he wanted to be a part of that society. And then when they ended up losing the first war, it was his mindset was that he was going to infiltrate and do what he can to rebuild Germany. And guess what he was saying? Going to make Germany great again.
Yep, that's
sound familiar?
Came from them.
Sound familiar? Going to make Germany great again.
Why reinvent the wheel if it works so well the first time?
And just his mindset. And when people were not, he ended up going to jail, but because whatever he said during his testimony, because he leaned into the right again, like he wanted to make the left party seem like they were the problem, and lean into the right side. And that's what he leaned into. And the right side is always somebody else's fault. The reason why we are where we are, right? Do you notice that in these political systems, that the right never takes ownership of the problems that's going on? It's always, it's the other people's fault, and we need to get rid of them. We need to eradicate them. And that was his mindset. If we can just get rid of this set of people, our life will be great. Our life will be better. And I'm like, man, the world really is about not accountability. It really is. The reason why I'm in my situation, it's not because of the way I think. It's not because of the choices that I've made. It's not because of what I'm doing. It's because of them. Those people over there, they're the reason why I can't have a good life. They're the reason why I don't have a great job. There's the reason why it's not enough resources. It's them. Get rid of them. See how that mind works? And that's how you know there is no God outside of outside of human consciousness. There is no God outside of human consciousness. God is your own mind. And whatever, go watch Smittler. I didn't even finish watching. I'm gonna finish watching it because I kind of fell asleep. I turned it off. I want to go back and see because I still hadn't got to like his true rise. I was kind of like in the middle of it. I don't even know how many episodes it has, but I'm at the part where he's still making his way up the ranks, where he's getting that groundswell, but he ain't completely reached his pinnacle yet. And then how he meet these different people. The point I want to make before he went to jail. Now he was supposed to get like 5 years, but because it was a judge listening to his rant, he was right leaning. Since he was right leaning, he told him, yeah, you got a 5 year, but you may be able to get out within 6 months. When he goes to jail, they gave him a real comfortable one. They didn't give him one where he didn't have to wear a suit. He got a window. He get a nice bed. He was able to get gifts. So people were sending him baskets of food, sending him all kind of letters. He was getting fan mail and everything. And they said he was getting so much food every day. He put on pounds while he was in the joint. He got fat.
Wow. Crazy.
How many people get fat from being in jail, girl?
Wow.
Do people get fat when they go to jail?
Never seen it. I've never seen it.
They usually get buff. They losing weight because they ain't eating that food.
It's crazy.
I'm like, and because people are so susceptible to who sounds convincing, he emotionalized their way of life, right? He leaned into their emotions, their being downtrodden, feeling like, life just wasn't, and what it was, let's blame someone else. We cannot be the problem. So let's look for the problem elsewhere. It's those people over there. It's wild. It's just like if you truly want to understand the mind, that's why you look at history and some documentaries and look at it from a place not of judgment, but understanding how the mind works. It's all you need to know, because that's what this reality is about. It's about how your mind works. And you want to understand how this mind works so you can create the reality you want. That's the reality he created. And you see what he did when a mind goes to that place that it's not going to take no accountability and it's somebody else's fault, and then you get all these people to agree with you, and you get out, and that's how the world is. The world is not looking to take accountability. The world is looking to blame others. And so you're always going to get that fanfare. You're always going to get people to agree with you. And people are always trying to emotionalize life. Be careful about emotionalizing life, because that's how people are able to come in and take your mind. They go for your heart. They go for your emotions. They want you to feel like nobody understands you. Nobody really gets you. Don't you just want to feel good? Don't you just want to, aren't you angry? Aren't you mad? They want to lean into that so then they can control you. They tell you not to use your mind. But it's as your mind thinks, so are you. You are to master your thoughts, master your emotions, not make choices based off of emotions. That's why a lot of people say they get fooled, in certain relationships, and whether they're, a spouse or significant other or a business. It felt good. It sounded good. But was it good? Did it make sense? Like, did you take your emotions out of it and really see, does this seem like this makes sense to me? Because what this law tells us is that when you know that a thing is for you, it's nothing you really have to do. That the thing will come to you. All you have to do is decide that it's yours and leave the rest up to the I am. Let the thing figure itself out, because it will. It always does. When you, like I said, like Dr. Joseph Murphy said, a quiet mind gets things done. A quiet mind. That's why it says you got to be still. So you can do what? Hear that small voice. But you got to get still, because you chaotic, you emotional, you all over the place. That's erratic. You don't want to make decisions being erratic and being in desperation. Don't make decisions from a desperate place. A lot of people that make decisions from a desperate place end up getting the short end of the stick. Say your boo. Hey, Gigi. Hey. This is where discernment comes in, which means you don't have to make any rushed decisions. They be like, God moves quick, God moves quick, God moves. Yeah, God moves quick, which means you just need to be still. If God moving quick, let God move quick and you be still. Let it come to you. Stop chasing it. Why are you trying to do God's work? Because religion told you that you got to do God's work. This is the how that we do not know. No one knows how your manifestation is going to show up for you. Sometimes you get visions. Sometimes you get dreams. Sometimes it does show you. But it's still telling you it's nothing you have to do. You're not going to have to sell your soul, which means you're not going to have to give up your integrity. That's all selling your soul means, is that you're doing something that you wouldn't normally do. You're doing something because you think that if you don't do this, then you won't get it. That you're going to bypass your own morality, your own integrity to get the thing. That's selling your soul. The only thing you have to give up is the belief that it ain't already yours. You desiring wealth, you have to give up the state of poverty. You desiring marriage, you have to give up the state of singleness, that you're alone, desperate, lonely, unwanted. You have to let go of that state. That's the state you have to let go of. And all it takes is what? A transformation of the mind. You just got to think differently. You have to ask, you have to talk to yourself. You do have to ask yourself the question, now that I am this person. Get it in your mind first, and then the body follows automatically. It is compelled to bring forth money. You're going to get money ideas, whether you come up with a $1 million business, whether you come up with an app, whether you decide to go, you feel lucky today and you go play the lottery, or you go to the casino, or somebody just call you up on the phone. So, you don't know where this money, somebody may win a lottery and then share with you. You may not even have to play the lottery and get $75 million. You may not even have to play it. I don't know where the money is coming from, how it is coming into your experience. All I know, you already have it, and you need to be acting as though you already have it. Consciously embody the state. Well, since I am a multi-millionaire, I gotta move differently. So I was reading Neville Goddard's book, Seed Time and Harvest. And he came across a businessman, and he said that he learned something when he was a kid. He said he learned the meaning of life as a kid. He said he was in a race at his school, and he had stiff competition. He said it was one boy who had was considered to be real stiff competition. So in his mind, he was only concerned about beating this one boy. He was like, yeah, I beat him in the race, but the winner of the race was someone that nobody expected to win. So it taught him not to look at other people outside of him, only worried about his own race, instead of trying to beat, well, if I beat that person, yeah, you beat that person, but the winner of the race was somebody you wasn't even thinking about, somebody you wasn't even on your mind. And so he said, when he got older, he said, when it came to money, he said, the reason why I had money, because I never was trying to get it. I was never chasing it. My mind was the wise and proper use of money. And so Neville's narration was that he was concerned about, because he already had the money, not where was the money going to come from. He operated from the state of already having the money. So it had to show up, because his mind wasn't about how am I going to get money. It was, how am I going to properly use the money that I already have? What is the most wisest and productive use of my money? So he was coming from a place of already being rich, and his mindset was a wise and proper use of it. So that's what you take away from it, right? Well, since I already have the money, what is the most wisest and proper way and most productive way to use this money? Yep, that's it, Gigi. Yep. That's the way you know you have it. So what's the name? The name of the book is Seed Time and Harvest. Seed Time and Harvest by Neville Goddard. You know, never be dropping those gems, be reminding us about just the simplicity of this law. The simplicity of his law. Because he has a chapter in there called The Game of Life, right? And he was like, and I believe in that chapter he quotes Proverbs, as a man thinks in his heart. He said that is the law. That is the rule to the game of life. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. That the game of life is played on a playing field of the mind. And you know, it's another book called The Game of Life by Florence Scovel Shinn, right? And she breaks it down. And then her second book, which was basically just all of the affirmations she had in the game of life, called Your Word is Your Wand, showing the affirmations that she used in the game of life, showing you that it's what you say. It's what you say. It is what, right? She just kept telling you. That's what Dr. Joseph Murphy showed you. It's what you say, right? She always gave affirmations and told these people to affirm what it is that they wanted. See yourself with it. Live in your mind as it. And then in a way you do not know, at a time you least expect, it comes up. It shows itself. That's why you never have to be concerned with if it's going to come. As sure as the day follows the night, your thing must show up. The moment you decide, it only takes a decision. And this is what this book is telling you. My favorites, because one of my favorites, I got a few favorites, because you hear me saying all those 66 books, it's only certain scriptures that I repetitively say, right? I'm repetitious about. It is your word that justifies you. It also condemns you, right? Therefore, I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you received it, and you shall have it. I shall decree a thing, and it shall come to pass. My word that goes forth, what? It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish in the very thing I sent it out to do, right? It must take place. My word, my word, my word. It's a reason why the Bible doesn't talk about emotions and feelings, because they simply do not matter. When the Bible speaks about emotions, you see the Christ having mastered them or having power over them. When you talk about walking on water, or him telling a storm to be still, that's metaphorically talking about your emotions. Get your emotions under control. Stop letting your emotions rule. It's your thought that is creative. And see, people misinterpret when the Bible, when the Christ says, take no thought. He's saying not to worry. He's not saying not to think. He's telling you not to worry, to take no thought about tomorrow. Don't be worrying about tomorrow, because tomorrow got enough worry in and of itself. Be concerned only about today, because you only have today. You only have now. And know that all the promises, everything you could possibly want, you already have. Prayer is about recognition. Prayer is not about begging God to do something for you. Now the panel is open if y'all want to come up and chat. We have plenty of I
guess the Christians decided. First of all, amazing as always. I love hearing you monologue.
Oh, thank you.
I love it. Yes, Kevin said it. There was someone that asked a question a little bit earlier about, oh, shoot. Let's see if I can find that comment. Oh, 1 second. I'm going to try to find that comment.
Okay. No problem. Oh, welcome, first timer. Glad to have you here. Welcome. Yes, I know we can get amused and excited when we have, people that have not awakened to this truth and still stuck in the religious mind, but we don't condemn them, right? Because a lot of us once had that same mind. We also walked that walk. We also believed in, a power outside of us. We believe that, if we didn't do everything quite right, if we didn't do everything according to this book through fear and trembling, right, that hell was going to be our destination. And now we come to realize that hell is only a creation of the mind. And the only truth there is, I know people talk about truth. The truth is, there are many truths. What's true and what's truth? Are those words the same? I say true. What's true is individual. What's truth is universal. But it could be the opposite. It could be what's truth is what's personal and what's true is universal. Potato, potato, right? But the truth is that we are spiritual beings having a physical experience, regardless if we know it or not. We're spiritual beings with a body. Religion tells you you're a body with a spirit. Who's telling the truth? Who's telling the truth? Religion says you are a body with a spirit. And we say that we actually a spirit with a body.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I just 100% agree. I mean, that's the thing is, like, again, when people come up here and disagree, we're not that far off from each other.
We're not. We're not.
We're very, very close, actually.
Yes.
In fact, we just take the Bible. We take the Bible to say what it says.
That's exactly.
So that's it. Like, if you
that we are gods in human form.
Simple as that.
Right. And God just means that you generate, operate, and demonstrate your own power, your own ability to bring the invisible to visibility. And how do you do it? Through faith. Because you don't know the how. That's the mystery that's hid from us in this limited form, right? And sometimes we are given a peek into into the invisible through a dream, through a vision, right? So he seals his instructions in dreams and in visions. So sometimes we do get to look at it and get a forecast. We do get a prophetic dream that says this is exactly how it's going to go. Because some people get prophetic dreams in great detail. Some people just see the end, right? People have dreamed of winning the lottery. People have heard numbers in their ear and they just could not stop hearing that number until they went and played it, right? It's so many different people have, and not just money, right? They found out who their significant other was going to be. They dreamed. They never seen the man before, never seen a woman before, and had a dream of them. And then they meet them in some time on the third dimensional plane. Like, I dreamed my hoe. I saw the, they're desiring healing in the body. They have a dream about it. They're going to take a trip and they have a dream. Don't go on the plane today. Don't go that way today, or don't go into work today, or don't, whatever it is. And this is where it comes to trusting that inner guidance system within you. And trusting that intuitive knowing within you. And this is where the Bible says, acknowledge him in all thy ways. Acknowledge the being, the I am within you, so that it will direct your paths. All you got to do is ask. Which is basically command the day. Command it.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. Hello, how are you?
I am good. So I like your prompt.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically I was just telling someone that was an atheist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, so we know that we have a character to put on in this practical world, right? So for me, telling someone that that is an atheist that may think that science, I would say, well, the reason why I do believe that there's a God, because space, matter, and time would not exist if there wasn't someone that oversees and supersedes our intelligence. Because there has to be a God that places things in orbit. Nobody's have ownership of the orbit, the planets, the sun, the moon, the stars, or the waters, right? And can't no one control them. That's what made me come to grips and terms that the Lord Jesus Christ is talking about the Father, and that he's trying to save us from the wrath of God. So that's what I would tell someone. And I really feel ashamed for the past me that ever thought that there was no God in general, but I know that there is a God. And I know that God.
Well, and why did you know this? Because a universe exists. That's your only reasoning. Because there's a sun in the sky and some moon and some stars and some planets. Other than this planet, that's the proof that you have.
Yeah, it's because when everyone meditates, some people call it manifestation, meditation, prayer. And without that, you're seeking guidance. You're seeking an open door. So,
well, how is manifestation? What is manifestation for you? What did you say manifestation was?
So it's a format. So first you have to have a desire. You have to have a form of faith. You have to have a plan. You have to.
What if you don't have what if you have no faith and no plan? You're not manifesting?
So if you don't have faith and no plan, then you're just aimlessly
but you're not manifesting? You're not manifesting?
You are, but
so you don't need faith then, because
but your energy is negative. It always go back to a negative. So negatives and positives are in science, right? So I mean,
okay. So if you don't have faith and you're manifesting, the manifestation will always be a negative manifestation because you have no faith.
Well, then if you don't have if you're not being constructive with what you're doing, but what's to gain everything and then to lose it?
What does that mean?
So that means where do you go for safety? What's your safety net? Why
do I need a safety net?
I mean, everyone should need one.
But why?
Because you're important.
But what if I don't have one? What happens?
I don't know.
Right. So how you gonna tell me? How you gonna sell me something and you don't even know if I don't get it? What happens to me?
I mean, because I don't want nothing to happen to you. I'm not sure.
But what makes you think something's going to happen though? Why do I need the safety net? What do you think is going to happen if I don't have one?
I don't know. Do you need one?
Exactly. No, I don't.
Okay.
Don't need to. What's out to get me? Because a safety net requires that I'm trying to protect myself from something. What am I protecting myself from?
Right.
What's out to get me? Some boogeyman? What am I protecting myself from? And a manifestation only means that your thoughts are made visible. Thoughts can be good or bad. It depends on the thinker. The thinker determines. Oh, okay, they're gone. She's gone. Couldn't stand under that witness stand. That witness stand is getting a little bit too hot. That witness stand was getting too hot.
What was she trying to say? She was trying to say
she's trying to say we needed the Lord Jesus Christ because,
Oh, okay. So she was way under the radar for me. I didn't even understand what she was saying.
Yeah, because she said she regret the part of her that didn't believe that Jesus was Lord because Jesus was talking about the Father, because how could we be here if we didn't have a Father? How somebody had to put the solar system together. I mean, I'm adding to a little bit what she said. I'm adding a little bit to it, but that's the gist of what she was saying. that, talking about the sun and the stars and the moon, and somebody had to put this stuff there. So that's why, and Jesus was talking about the Father. And so she comes to realization that she regrets not at a time when she didn't really see that, Jesus was the Lord and Savior.
Okay.
Then she got talking about manifestation and faith, and I was like, and having a desire, because she tried to make manifestation and prayer like together, and I'm like, well,
similar.
What is similar? But what do you mean by manifestation? That's why I started asking her about manifestation. So and I'm like, I needed her to but she couldn't really draw it out. Because I'm like, because she wanted to say that if you didn't have faith, then all your manifestations was going to be negative. I'm like, what? Huh? You weren't listening at all, huh, Latasha?
I was doing work. I'm sorry. I heard what she was saying.
Okay, that's okay. Okay.
When she first came up, she was like, I really like your prompts. And I was just thinking, like, okay. So in my mind, I think I checked out from there.
Right. Because she was not talking about what's on my prompt, girl. She came to spread the gospel. Come spread that good news. That's okay.
Cool. I really need to start manifesting that I can make my money while working part-time hours. We need to go back to that manifestation.
I know, right? No problem.
Okay,
no problem.
I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. She was trying to.
I felt so too until she started talking about this. She said Jesus was Lord and Savior. Like, wait a minute. That ain't what my prompt talking about. What we doing?
What are you talking about?
What you talking about, Willis?
Right.
That's okay.
I'm hoping that maybe this is my algorithm, but I feel like more and more people are starting to understand, how a lot of this is mythology. So
Oh yeah.
I'm hoping that, more people continue to see that.
Yeah.
Like I think I was saying the other day too, the numerology thing, like these buildings, they are like these big companies, these big old buildings are 111, 555, 777, 444. They understand the law of mind very, very, very well.
Yep.
So it's definitely it's definitely the law of mind and not the mythology of it all.
That part.
that gives the power.
For sure.
She lost me. I was like, what? She lost me.
Yeah.
But I've been on easy mode today. I'm gonna still keep it chill.
Okay. That's what's up. So we have Journey. Hello, Journey.
Hi, how are y'all doing?
Oh, doing great. How about yourself? It's been a while since you've been on the panel.
I know. I wasn't going to come up today, but I wanted to come on and tell you about a dream, but I wasn't going to. And then you started talking about dreams and this, and I'm like, okay, I got to share. I have to tell. So.
Cool.
Okay, so I had a dream that I was walking down the street. I was close to my mom's house, so a familiar place. I was walking down the street, and out of nowhere, a vehicle came and hit a pole, and it caused all the poles around me to fall and the power lines. And I was caught in the middle of one of the power lines. So keep in mind, I'm watching all of this as it happens. It's me, but I'm watching as well. And I got caught in the middle of one of the power lines, and it was electrocuting me, but it didn't hurt. And I was trying to get out of it, but I couldn't. It was holding me there. And I saw myself leave my body and go into another body. And when I went into the other body, I started leaving from where I was at. It was time for me to go, And so when I was leaving, I looked back at my husband, and I could hear a voice saying, "What are you doing?" And I was like, well, I have to go back and get him. I can't leave without him. And when I turned back around, I woke up. And the dream was so real for me, because I realized that sudden shock of that electrocution was me having to leave my old path. Like if I'm going to walk in my awakened state, I can't stay in the place that I was. I have to leave my old self. Like, you can't be double-minded, you know?
Yeah.
And so it was like just an abrupt thing, and it didn't hurt. That was like the grade. When I woke up, I felt so good because I was like, I saw myself get electrocuted and it did not hurt or whatever. And so for that, I was able to see that this transformation, it does not hurt. It's total enlightenment. It's not painful.
Say it louder for the people in the back.
Yeah, it's not what has always been preached, you know, that it's gotta be hard and, you know, difficult, and you gotta climb up the rough side of the mountain if you want to get there. For me, it was like I was standing in that change, but all I had to do was change my mind or whatever and leave from where I was at to get to where I wanted to be.
Ooh, say that again. Oh my goodness.
And once I got there, my folly was in thinking that I have the power to save somebody else. You know, once you get to where you're trying to go, it's like I can't refuse that to save somebody else that enjoys being where they are. It's like, if you want it, you can have it. And you can go. But if you decide to stay, then you're just there. But you had the opportunity. Your eyes were open, you know. And so it was like, when I woke up, it was so freeing for me to see that, you know what, girl, you are on the right path. You are on the right path. And it's like, now I know that. And it was so funny, because I even told my husband
I had to find my soundboard.
Because I even told my husband this, you know, because I told you a long time, the reason why I just sit and listen or whatever, because I am married to a pastor. And I have been on this journey for the last 2 years, and it has been so beautiful. And sometimes he'll tell me, like, you changed so much, you know, and he's like, and he'll even say it's not negative. He was like, your life has become so much more beautiful, you know, and he'll tell me, just the life that you speak into me, you know, because when he gets ready to go to work, he'll say something like, well, hopefully this is, and I tell him, no. Speak what you want. What do you want? What do you want your day to bring? Speak that now. Put that out there. Command it, and it'll be yours. I said, doesn't the Bible tell you that life and death is in the power of your tongue? So whatever you want, speak that before you go about your day. And I say, and if you believe in prayer and the God that you say that you serve is going to come to pass, do you believe that? And he's like, yeah, I never thought about it like that. You know,
such a
like,
shining example, such a shine, letting that light shine so bright. Woo.
Yes, and he's like, I never thought about it like that, you know. And he'll look back on things that has happened in our lives since I started this journey, and he'll say, you know, things have gotten so much better. You know, he says, like, life just works in our favor. And I'll tell him, like, it has no choice but to work in your favor when you know who you are. You know, you have the favor of God when you know who resides in you, when you know who you are. You know, it's like, I don't just come out and say, like, I am God.
Right.
When you know who and what resides in you, how can you not have favor? How can you not command your reality? How can you not have a great day? How can you not get that job that you bid for, whatever it is? When you believe it's already yours, it's yours. And if you don't get that one, it's because it's the bigger one that's going to be happening at the same time that one was. And you couldn't get that one because it was something better in the background. But you'll never be left without nothing, because your Bible says that your God owns the cattle of 1,000 hills. Your Bible says that you're supposed to live in abundance. Your Bible says that you are above and not beneath. And so he gets so excited. He's like, girl, I love you. You speak so much life. He was like, you just, and I'm like, well, that's who I am. You know, that's all that I know to be. But I know just within myself or whatever that it's going to get to a point to where there's some spaces that, you know, maybe the dream was showing me that I might have to go alone if he doesn't want to go. Like, I have to be willing to let people live as they want to live. Yes. Just as I have to be willing to do it for myself, you know? So it's like, I'm so glad for the light that I have within me that was not there before. I didn't understand the Bible and the mind science of the Bible, you know. Now, when I go to a service, everything that they say is like it's unlocked in my mind and I can see it. It's like, no, those are my thoughts. Those are states of consciousness, you know, that that I'm going in and out of, and it's telling me how to deal with these things or whatever. When it's talking about, you know, even with the Old Testament and how people, God's people conquered these different lands or whatever, I'm like, that's not God giving people permission to go take people's stuff. Ooh, you know, I'm like, what kind of God will do that? You know, God is not telling these people to go get these people's stuff and you kill their king and you kill the babies and you do this or that. That God is not saying that. He's talking about destroying the strongholds in your mind, you know, to go into those places that are trying to conquer you and trying to get the best of you. You have to tear those strongholds down from the greatest to the smallest. You know, he's not talking about going getting people's stuff. You know, it's like, no, that's crazy. You know, when I realized how my mind works and everything in my life, it's me. Whatever I see is me pushed out. Like, there is nobody else. It's me versus me. If I have a problem with someone, it's like, you know, I have to realize that's really my problem. There's something that I have to fix within. Not something they have to fix, because they're just a reflection of who I am. But being raised in Christianity, I never knew that. I never saw that. I always thought that I was warring with somebody else and somebody else had to do this or that. But now I see, no, girl, it's you. You have to come to grips with who you are. And if I don't have ugliness within me, guess what? I can't see it in nobody else because it's not there. If I don't have jealousy within me, I can't see that in nobody else because they are me. They are me pushed out. And if I'm only good, I'm only going to see good and I'm only going to receive good because that is my reality. And I can't make anyone else's reality mine, and they can't make mine theirs. You know, it's like we're all one, but we're all separate because we all see things different. We all live in our own reality, you know, or whatever. And so I didn't have this mindset before, and I love it so much because my life has become so beautiful. You know, it's more than I could have imagined, even at this point, you know, of my being. And when I first started, it's like I wanted to know everything right then, you know, like, okay, I need to know this, you know, and I would continuously listen to Neville Goddard or Florence Scovel Shinn or Reverend Ike or just whoever, you know. But then I realized, you know what? I would have choked because I couldn't have handled it all. But over time, it's been revealed. And I'm no longer looking through that glass darkly because the God within me is revealing himself to me, you know, through me, to me, for me, or whatever. And I'm telling you, it's like my life has become so much better, you know. so much better. So many things that used to matter before, it's like, it don't even matter. It's like, why? What for? How does that affect me? How does that work in my life? Oh, it don't affect you. It doesn't. Okay. Well, that has nothing to do with me. It does. Well, so-and-so, whatever. Okay. Well, that just seems like that's something that so-and-so has to deal with, or what, it's like, it's not, if it's not my problem, it's not my problem.
I know, right?
If it's not my reality, it's not my reality.
Yeah.
And I'm so thankful, for your platform, and to have you standing in your truth and sharing that, and just sharing the mind science of the Bible, because out of all the people that I've listened to and studied, it was like a step-by-step thing. And then when I found you is where it finally just started to open up. And sometimes when I hear you talk or whatever, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. This is amazing, because it opens up so many portals in my mind, And like I said, I know everybody thinks differently. Even just talking about the portals of my mind. So many people are out there thinking that there is a portal in the forest, or there's a portal in this old haunted house or whatever. Yeah. It's like, no. The portals are in your mind.
Yes.
They're in your mind. You're when you going in and out of these states of consciousness or whatever, you going through the portals of your mind. It all has to do with you and what's within you. It's not, about seeing, dead people or whoever out there jumping through these hoops and doing this and that. So many things have been created to keep us from us. From looking within. So many religions and doctrines and teachings and all of that points to everywhere but within. And when you read the Bible, even as a Christian, it says the kingdom of God is within you. Mm-hmm. And so for me, I'm like, kingdom and God. So that means this is a kingdom and it's God. So you telling me everything I need, I already have it? Everything I need is already within. I don't have to look without. I don't need a man to tell me how to get it, because it's within. So I have to figure out, how do I get in there to get these goods?
I know, right?
How do I get in there to get these goods? But everywhere you go in the world, they're not pointing you within, they're pointing you without. Because they can't make money if they point you back within yourself, because that's where all the power is. That's where all your power lies, in what you want in life, who you are. It's not about who you think you are. No, it's about who I know I am. But I can only find that if I go within. And so even when I talk to people, that's my motto. Let me point you back to you.
Yeah.
Because it's all within, So I'm so thankful to know that, and just like I said, just to be at this place in life, and even just to come on here to speak with like-minded people, even if our journeys aren't exactly the same. Right. It's just the path of enlightenment, to see other people that are going within instead of without, to know that, honey, ain't got nothing to argue with you about, ain't got nothing to convince you of.
Yep.
What's for you is for you, what's for me is for me. If you don't like it here, keep strolling. But evidently something drew you in here.
No man comes to me.
Right. Yes, it's like it's you trying to find you. That's why you stop. But then you get in here and you want to argue, because you go without again, and think about what you've been taught and what you've been told. When if you just continue on that journey, that thought that led you to this life, you might learn something. Something could probably open up that you've been searching for. It's like, don't come to argue, don't come to fuss or whatever. I mean, just, you want to talk, let's talk. But people don't do that when they go to church. You ain't gonna argue with the preacher. You gonna sit there and swallow everything he says and go home, believe it, try to live it, and all of that. And guess what? Your situation never changes. Nothing ever becomes better. You keep trusting that if I don't have it now, I'm going to get it when I get over there. But if God says he's the God of the living and not the dead, what you waiting on? What you waiting on? He's the God of now. People keep talking about an afterlife, but what are you doing with the one that you have now? You know, today is the day of salvation. That means today is the day that you need to find out, you know, your purpose, what you want, and all of that. You know, quit looking for a by and by. Focus on the now and now. There's so much out there to be had right now, you know. But people get so caught up on, no, this is what my grandmother believed. This is what been in my family for so many years and all of that or whatever. But that doesn't mean that it's right for that. It doesn't mean that it's right for you, you know. And if you are somebody that finds that religion or whatever is right for you, then pursue that or whatever, you know. But what I'm saying is my right is my right. My journey is my journey. I got peace over here. You don't have nothing to convert. You don't got nothing to convert me to. What am I trying to leave? I don't have nothing to leave. There's nothing that you can convince me of. You know, I done lived in the pity parties. I done lived in the shame. I done lived in the guilt and the regret or whatever. And you think I want to go back to that? You know, no, I don't even have to use critical thinking for that. You know, that's just common sense. You know, when you get out of a pit, you stay out of the pit. If you was in quicksand and you find your way out, why would you see the quicksand and allow somebody to lure you back into it? No, we're not even going there. We're not. I enjoy my peace. I appreciate my peace. I appreciate the love, the joy, all that I have in my life, you know, and I decide each day to keep creating that. Yes. I decide to keep creating a beautiful reality for myself, you know, so, but yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Beautiful, beautiful. You said a whole lot and we loved it. You said a mouthful and we loved it. Oh my goodness. So
thank you so much for allowing me.
Oh, most definitely. Anytime, of course. Most definitely. Man, you are the power source.
Yes.
That lamp.
Yes.
Electric. I know you call it electrocution, but you're just powering up.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
The light bulb came on within.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and I went from what I was to basically what I knew I could be. You know, I went a little bit further, you know, and I know that that's totally possible. I know that that's going to happen. I'm not going to remain where I am as I am because there's more, you know, there is more. I refuse to be stuck. Even just here. Even in this mindset, I know that there is more. There is more richness. There is more greatness. There is more power out there. And I know that it's for me. I know that it's for me.
It's all now.
It's all now. Yes. 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 Yes, ma'am.
It's all now. All the things that you say are going to happen it already is.
Yes. I just have to see it. You know, I have to see it. I already believe it, but I have to see it. I have to recognize that. And when I do, it's like we always say, that was always there. Wow. You know?
Awareness, right? Awareness.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
I love it. So beautiful. It was so beautiful. Oh my goodness.
I love it.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
I'll step down now, but yes, thank you so much. And thank you for this amazing platform. And you know, I was going to say, keep doing what you're doing. I already know you are. And I just appreciate it. I appreciate you standing in the place that you're standing in and allowing, you know, others to come up and share their experience and all of that. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. And you're welcome. This is our space. This is our space, right? This is our space. So
yes,
all are welcome. Until you're not. Let me stop.
Okay, I will step down now. Y'all have an amazing rest of your day.
You too.
What a lovely, lovely testimony.
Yes, it was. It was beautiful, 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 beautiful. But yeah, like I said, we're not trying to, make you come over here kicking and screaming. We don't want people that don't want to come. It's as they say, it's a free will. It's a choice, but we know all can't hear the call in the wilderness, and that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We got to stop thinking that people's I like the gentleman a couple of days ago where he talked about the red pill, blue pill, right? Be okay with people wanting to take the blue pill, which means that they want to stay asleep. It's okay. At the end of the day, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter if you awaken now, if you awaken the other 10 incarnations. It doesn't matter. We want it to matter because that reasoning, logical mind is just like, oh my goodness, I got to keep coming on a real occurrence. I got to keep coming back. I got to keep coming. I don't know if you got to keep coming back. It's various schools of thoughts when it comes to that. According to Neville Goddard, if you don't awaken, then you keep incarnating, at a younger age. But I'm like, well, what if you left this? Because he say, you'll come back at 20 something. But he's assuming that you departed at an earlier age. But what if you departed when you was 10? How do you incarnate? Are you incarnating at the age of 20? That's what I'm like.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Because he talks about those who have transitioned, and he will see them in another dimension, another I guess time element, just like this, or maybe it's the year 3000. I don't know what year it is in his dreams or in his mystical experiences, and he'll see they transition, but they're a younger version of themselves in another time element. And I'm like, yeah, okay, you talking about people that were 50, 60, 70 years old when they transition. What about the 10-year-old? What about the 5-year-old? Are they coming back at 20? Because they didn't reach that time. So a lot of this stuff, nobody knows, and everybody wants to say that they know when they don't. And it's okay to say that you don't know, right? And then you have Abraham Hicks saying, well, when you depart, you just return back to source, and then you choose if you want to incarnate again, right? And it's up to you who you're going to believe, but there's no right or wrong answer in that. But whatever the answer is, question it. You don't just have to take people at face value because they sound like they know what they're talking about. You don't have to agree to anything. What I come to realize is not about what happens when I depart the body. It's what's happening with what I control now. The only thing I can control is my now thinking. That's all I have control over. I have no idea what's going to happen when the body when the spirit leaves the body. I don't know. But what I do know is that I can control my mind now. That's what I do know. I know I can control my thinking in this present moment. And that my thinking is the cause of my effects, my experiences, the situations I find myself in, the circumstances I find myself in, the events, the situations, all of those things is because of what? The way I think. See, that's a lot of control though, right? Yep. Power up. But it's okay if we remain asleep, Some people have amazing lives and they have no idea that they're God. People have amazing lives and they don't know that it's their mind creating their. And when I say God, that they realize that they're the generator, operator, and demonstrator. They may truly just believe that it's something outside of them orchestrating all of this. And it's okay, because what the law says is no respect of persons. And it does not say that you have to know that it's inside of you or outside of you, or you're the one directing it or not directing it. It just says, just believe that it's true and it will be for you. That's the only condition to this third dimensional plane, is that you believe it's true for you and then it will be. How easy and amazing is that? That the only requirement is that you accept the reality of it. That's it. That's your only condition. Accept the reality of the desire you wish to experience. That's it. Hey, Miss Millionaire. How are you?
How are you?
Okay.
How is everybody? My heart is beating out of my chest. Because I'm just so, y'all just don't have, I'm just so excited to get on and share this. with y'all, and y'all, Miss Toyia, you already know how I feel about you, Mr. Kevin, and Toxic, Miss Anna Hoover, and Gigi. All of y'all just don't even know what I'm about to share real quick with y'all. But I just want to share real quick. It should only take me about less than a minute. So we good?
Yeah.
Can everybody hear me? Mm-hmm. Okay. So I was like, Dang, I don't know when it's gonna be the right time to share this, but I said, nah, forget that. This is a testimony, so I'm gonna share it. So as y'all know I was previously had a diagnosis, caused me not to be able to walk and all this other stuff. And mentally, I was just like, man, am I ever going to be able to walk again? Like all of that stuff, like it was just going through my mind. And I never forget that day that my intuition told me to get online and get on with y'all. Y'all happen to be on. And something was like, be vulnerable and share it because it's going to help. And I remember Mr. Kevin was like, this is going to help. So I was like, man, I'm going to share it, whatever. So mind you, I went to the hospital. I ended up going to rehab and everything. And I remember laying in that bed, and I remember Gigi and everybody was sharing their story. They was like, don't accept what they're saying. You be the one to make the choice. You have to decide in your mind. And I was like, this is a challenge. But I'm like, it's only a challenge if you make it. So in my mind, I was like, and just listen to what y'all were saying, like, you can't go with what people are telling you. You got to, what they say, prophesy. You got to speak life over your own body. You got to speak life over yourself. The same thoughts that made you sick is the same way that your thoughts can make you well. Yes. So that's how I kept thinking about it. So mind you, I'm just going to skip right through it. There were doctors in my room. There were people in my room that looked more sad than I was. And I was like, y'all got to get up out of here with all that because y'all making me feel some kind of way. So I remember them telling me, well, we're going to go ahead and get you signed up with a wheelchair. We're going to do this. You know, in my mind, I'm like, and this is no disrespect to anybody that has to do what they got to do. But for me, I was like, no, I got a lot of walking to do. So in my mind, I'm thinking, y'all have a prediction of me or what y'all think. But in my mind, me being who I am and what I know, I'm going to walk out of here and I'm going to be walking. And that's what I'm thinking. And so I remember the doctors came in, and mind you, I had no movement at the bottom of my, I had no movement from my waist down. I just want y'all to understand this. I had no movement from the waist down. And I was like, man, am I going to share this? Yes, I'm going to share it. I had no movement from the bottom down. And the doctors would come and be like, do you have movement yet? And that used to try to make me feel so horrible. Like, Jaleesa, maybe it's not going to happen. I was like, no. I said, I don't know how it's going to happen, but I'm going to be moving and it's going to work out in my favor. So I had to keep telling myself that. I was like, I'm not listening to y'all. Like, I had to literally block them out. I'm not listening to that. So the doctor came in my room and he said, is your feet moving yet? Is your toes moving yet? And it used to make me feel like, and I never forget that day when I was laying in bed, I was like, and in my mind, I kept thinking about what Kevin told me. Kevin said, you got to see yourself walking, girl. You got to imagine the doctor's telling you, I can't believe this is a miracle that you're. So I started doing that in my head. Every time I would get a thought or something, I kept saying, no, you're going to walk. You're going to walk out of here. I was like, you are going to walk. You're going to walk. I never forget it. I remember that very next day, things started moving. My feet started moving. My toes started moving. Things started moving. And when they came in and they were just looking at me like, Miss Thomas, they literally got to the point where everybody that I work with started talking about manifestation with me. And everybody that worked with me started to speak like me. And I said, y'all got to get that negativity out of there. I said, stop saying my leg is weak. My leg is strong. And I had to keep telling them that until up to the time that I went to go home. Everybody was speaking like me. The people that were negative, they were all positive. Like, they were more positive than me. So I just want to fast forward. I am up walking. I am walking now. I still do a little work, but I am walking. My legs are moving. Every day, my legs are getting. Mind you, when I was in the hospital the first time, when I was at the hospital before they transferred me to rehab, they come to find out they found a fracture somewhere, and I didn't know this. I had no idea. The doctor came in and said, Jaleesa, they did find, that's my real name. They was like, Jaleesa, they did find a fracture, and they want you to come and check it out. For some reason, I just couldn't accept it in my mind. I was like, I don't know what y'all talking about. I don't see no fracture. I don't know what y'all talking about. Mind you, I'm out of rehab. I'm at home, and I got a phone call yesterday, and the doctor called, and the lady called. She said, "Miss Thomas, how you doing?" I said, "Fine." Now, mind you, I only took one image. This is what I want y'all to understand. I only got one image, and that was when I was in the hospital before rehab. The lady calls me the day before I had to go out of town, which is a 4-hour drive, 2 up, 2 down. The lady said, "Miss Thomas, I need to talk to you." I said, "Well, what's up?" She said, "There's no need for you to come up here." She said, "Because they looked at your scans. There is no fracture on your scan. There's no fracture. So there's no point of you." They said, "There's no point of you driving all the way up here for nothing because we don't see anything."
Yes.
Now, how in the world?
Beautiful.
Somebody please tell me. Like, I don't have all day to tell y'all everything that happened, but just know that when Miss Toyia tell you it's true, you gotta make up in your mind. And that was how the old me fought me, because I kept fighting back and forth with myself about who's making a decision here. If I had listened to those doctors, I would be still laying in the hospital bed waiting on someone to come in to change me. I had to be changed. I had to be clean. Listen, this is the last part that I got to tell. I have to tell y'all this part. I was laying in the bed, and it was this young lady in my room, and she says to me, she was like, "Oh, I see that you're incontinent. You know, that means you don't know when you're going and all that." Mm-hmm. And it bothered me. I was like, I don't know who this lady is, but she need to get up out my room because you don't know me like that, right? Right. And I was like, man, I said, I want to be able to wipe myself, shower myself. I'm sorry if I'm going too deep, but it's serious. I was like, no, I told them, I said, I don't want that young lady in my room ever again. I said, I don't want her in my room. Not even, I tell you, I made up in my mind. I said, I'm going to the bathroom by myself. I said, I know when I'm going. I know when I'm not going. Ain't nothing wrong with me. I am healed. I'm fine. I kid you not even 2 days later, something said, get up and try to go yourself. When I tell you, I have been healed in that area since that day. And when I see that young lady, she goes out of her way to speak to me. Because I said, don't let her come to me unless she come to me correct.
Yes.
Don't let her speak to me unless she talk to me like she got some sense. So all I'm gonna say is, yes, I'm still going back and forth to get other stuff. Like, I gotta get some other things clear or whatever, and I gotta go back to check up on some other things. But it's already letting me know that it's already done. It's already finished. It's already what it is. It's already done, period. Like, it's already done. Beautiful. And if I had sat back and listened to what those people were saying to me and had a pity party, I would still be in the hospital. I would still be in there. I started speaking. I said, no, everything is working in my favor. I was like, my health is already healed. I'm already healed. I'm just remembering that I've been healed the whole time. Yes. I've been healed the whole time. I just forgot that I was healed. And so with that being said, I hope you guys are encouraged by this, because I'm
definitely, most definitely.
Listen,
impossible not to be. Oh my goodness.
I said I gotta tell Miss Toyia now, but I gotta wait for everybody to get online. So when I looked online, I said, all right, I see Gigi, I see Ann on there. I was like, who else know my story? I want to make sure they hear it at the same time.
I know, right? So, like, you manifested us all being here to hear you.
Yes, I was like, because I know y'all was like so encouraging and da-da-da, and I hadn't given y'all an update or anything like that, but I just want y'all to know, like, it like, I'm telling you, like, your mind is seriously powerful, and all I know is, like, I'm still, you know, in physical therapy or whatever, they like, I'm up and I'm walking, with the walker, but hey, my legs are moving. Like, yes. I'm moving.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
yes,
so,
yes.
So I'm so excited. Y'all just don't even know. Y'all just don't even know. I was laying in my rehab bed, and I was like, this thing. They was like, well, I don't know what it was about my room, but everybody wanted to come out from my room. Everybody just loved coming to my room. I was like, why is everybody coming in here? Like, leave me alone. Like, even when I didn't want to be bothered, it was days I didn't even want. I was like, I don't want to eat because I want to eat healthy. I changed my own diet. I started eating healthy and stuff, I was like, I gotta get on point because we're not taking no for an instant. Everybody just kept coming in. They was like, man, there's something about your mind. You got a strong mindset. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, I don't know what y'all talking about, but now I know exactly what y'all talking about. I know what y'all talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I was like, man, just sitting back, listening to y'all. It'd be times I be on here listening to y'all talk, and y'all just planting them seeds in my mind. And now it's like a baby. Now I'm full grown, walking around with this knowledge. Like, it's up to you what you want your life to be. If you don't like what you see, then change it in your mind. If you fall in love with it in your mind and you want to see it reflected, you're gonna see it. So once again, I'm excited. Like, y'all just don't even know. I'm getting ready to manifest some others. I was like, God, I was like, dang. I was like, I manifest money, I manifest different stuff, but I'm like, why this health thing? But now this thing, I'm like, ain't nothing you can tell me, like literally, like I'm telling you, even like with the money stuff, like I don't want to say too much, but I've detached from it. I don't even care. Like, I'm in my mind, I'm thinking, no, it's mine. It belongs to me. Like I'm always taking care of. I ain't got to worry about a thing. Before I got home, I was like, wow, this is more than enough, triple times enough. Like, I just went and checked things. I was like, oh, where you get there? When you get there? When you show up, Shawty's like, what's up? Like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, man, we are entitled to these things.
Yes.
And if people, you know what I'm saying? Like, we are really entitled to these things. Like, the number one thing I'm gonna tell y'all, I would never question the doctor. I would be like, what the doctor says is true. They like the Donald Trump and stuff. You know, you can't go against what they say. You can't do that. And I never forget, I had a heart-to-heart with my daddy. I'm getting old. I had a heart-to-heart with my daddy. My daddy came into the hospital when I was in there, and I was still trying to get it together. And my daddy came in there, and I had spent me and him had a very deep talk. And he said, because my dad actually had a stroke like probably 15 years ago. My daddy had a stroke, and he had a head stroke. And they basically told him, my daddy told me, he said they told him that, because he could hear them talking behind the sheet. And he heard them say, this man is never going to walk again. And my daddy said, I heard them say that. And he said he cried for a little bit. Then he was like, nah, I'm not accepting this for my life. Do you know that my daddy got up 3 days later? My daddy has been walking ever since that moment. He's been walking ever since that moment. And I'm just like, it's all about what you tell yourself and what you believe in. And even when the doctors say this and that, because I'm telling y'all, they was expecting me to be in that wheelchair. I know for a lot longer. They was like, Miss Thomas, I started telling myself, I said, I'm healing so fast that the doctors can't even articulate it. Do you know that the doctors came to my room and they was like, Miss Thomas, we are just so blown away with how fast you are actually progressing. We just can't even believe it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't believe it because I already told me that I can't believe it. I already told myself that. So you just telling me what I was thinking the whole time. And now that I got you know how the what's the name? She said your word is your wand. I was like, y'all don't mess around again. Let me figure out what my wand is. Now y'all don't mess up. Y'all don't mess up now. So yeah, I was like, okay. I was like, now I can see people materialize money and material stuff, but can you really do something with the body? I separated that as if that was something separate. Like, you can't do that. I'm just like, nah, we gonna do this. So man, at this point, it's not a whole lot you can tell me. So yeah. So anyways, I'm on my way back to, total recovery. I'm already there, and I just want to tell y'all that each and every one of y'all, especially like Miss Gigi and Miss Anna, they shared their story. And Kevin was like, nah, you gotta see the doctor. Tell you. So I kept hearing the doctor say, ain't nothing wrong with you. It really ain't nothing wrong with me. I'm totally healed. I'm totally fine. And I believe when I go back in May to go and, see what's going on. I really believe that it's already there. Ain't nothing there. It's nothing there. There is no diagnosis. I was the one giving myself it, but I'm the one telling myself that it's already gone. Like, I got traveling to do. I got stuff to do.
Yeah.
So thank you, Miss Toyia. I appreciate y'all. And I just want y'all to know, like I was like, man, I can't keep this to myself. Like this is some real stuff. Like, you know how somebody keeps telling you, like, I'm telling you, it's a turkey over there, and nobody want to believe it. I told you it's a turkey over there. So I'm trying to tell you. And then you finally get it, like you finally believe. Like, really at this point, I'm like, my mind is blown. And I had this lady come to my room. I promise you I'm done after this. It was a lady came to my room. I said, man, I want to know how to meditate for real. This lady comes to my room. And literally, I just got done sitting there writing on my paper, Lisa, let go of your past. Let go. This lady comes into my room and she teaches mind. I think she call it mind, something about mind, something with the mind. And she comes in and she said, ma'am, close your eyes. And I was like, close my eyes. I closed my eyes. I kid you not. This lady taught me how to meditate on it. I had just said I want to know how to do this 5 minutes later. This lady walks in my room. And she said, I don't know you. She said, but I want to tell you, she said, your story is going to change so many people's lives. Your story is going to ignite. It's going to be like a wildfire. Like people are going to just be blown away by your story. Like you have no idea. She said, I don't know you. And I was like, Dad, I guess it is. Some people need to know that, you don't have to stay stuck. You don't have to stay broken. You don't have to stay sick. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the real word of God, the real manifestations of that they were talking about in the Bible when you change your mind. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Oh, we're so happy for you. Yes.
Thank y'all so much.
Yes.
Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all. I really think y'all sowed them seeds. That night, y'all really planted some things in my mind when y'all kept saying, no, you gotta see it. And I remember Gigi said, I already see you walking. Like every time I would get down, I would hear y'all words telling me that. Like, I already see you walking. I see you walking. And so I was like, yeah, I'm walking. I'm already walking. And then I'm on my way to running. So with that being said, I'm done. Thank y'all so much. Much love to all of y'all.
Much love.
Y'all can take me down.
Oh, beautiful. Oh my goodness. We love you. Thank you for sharing. This is such a beautiful success story. Oh my goodness. The power of the mind. Consciousness is the only reality. What's real, whatever's in your mind, that's what's real. And it's always projected on the screen of space. We always have the power within us. We do have to remain consistent. You must persist in the state of that which you are believing. It is amazing. Thank you, Miss Millionaire. Yes, you got to make the millions, girl, Miss Millionaire. The story is not over. Keep telling the story that you want to see, the story you want to be, because it's already done. I'm gonna go to Gigi. Hey, Gigi.
Hey, bestie. How's it?
Great. How are you?
Oh, fine. Just Miss Millionaire got me a little emotional.
Oh.
But in a good way. These are happy tears.
Yes.
These are happy tears. I'm just feeling her joy when she was telling the story. So yeah, it goes to show. See, it's okay to have your human moment. The human moment doesn't screw anything up. It's what you're saying. If you decide to go with the feeling of that human moment, it doesn't work out, and you're saying that over and over, then that's what you're going to experience. But even while you're having your human moment, you're saying, like she just said, that she's going to walk, that the doctors are going to be blown away by her, diagnosis. I can't believe the fact that she's healing that quick, etc. Even though she was having her human moment, she still manifested what she wanted, the outcome that she wanted. So when people try to tell you, oh, you messed it up because you cried, or you messed it up because you told your SB where to go, or whatever. No, you didn't. You didn't mess anything up. You have your human moment. That's okay. But you stay on the power of the course. You keep your eye on the prize. You stay on it regardless. And I've been having some really great experiences. Remember the guy that was on that he said that he asked God to show himself to him, and he said that he saw it like something evil. It was like a couple of weeks ago. So I decided to experiment with that. And the reason why he saw it evil is because he mentally was thinking that it's something evil. That's why it manifested itself to him as something bad. But then I said, God, I know you live in me. Show me what you do. but I want you to show it to me in pink colors, sparklies, and the most prettiest way you can think of. I just kept saying that and thinking like, because I love pink and hot pink and stuff. So I started thinking of pink colors. So when I went to bed, I had this beautiful dream. It was practically drenched in Pepto-Bismol. I saw like a version of me, like the God me, in this cute little hot pink outfit. I had pink hair. Of course, my pink guitar was there because I play my pink guitar. And I was saying, why are you asking me to show myself to you when you already know? I've already shown you. You already know. You're having fun with this, aren't you? And I said, yeah. And it's because I said you're gonna come to me in a sweet and all pink way. And it goes to show that if you look at something in a certain way, that's how you're going to experience it. He experienced it as something evil.
Yeah.
And I experienced it as something blissful.
Yes, whimsical, right? Yes.
Right. That was my choice. So, for my birthday next week, I'm going to California.
Woo!
Yay.
All right, happy birthday. Yes.
Thank you. But I got to tell you what happened, right? So, I've been using a lot, everything I'm always taking care of, and I got this from Miss Anna. I'm always taking care of everything works out for me. I'm always taking care of everything works out for me. So, the trip to California, from what the 3D was showing me, like that matters, it didn't look like it was going to go. So I had my human moment. And then I said, no, this is what I want for my birthday. I'm going to California. We're going to California. I don't know how we're going to get there. I don't care how we get there, but we're going to California. And it's going to be a free flight. We're flying for free. We're going to California. We're flying for free. We're going to California. What happened is that our friend got a job and he was unable to do the trip. So I even started saying, nope, you hate that job. You're going to quit because you're coming with me to California. Nope, you hate that job. You're going to quit because you're coming with us to California. Kept saying that. He called me back about a couple of days later, and he's kind of busting my chops about going to a concert or something like that. I'm like, oh, please, dude, you're supposed to come with us to LA and you got a job. I said it like that.
Right.
And he goes, well, I quit. I said, you what? Mind you, I was drinking water when he said that, so I was like, you what? He goes, I quit. Yeah, I hated that job. So he goes, so you still want to do the trip to LA, you and your husband? I'm like, yeah. He goes, all right, good. And he goes, hang on a second. So we hung on. And he goes, I'm going to get the tickets. What day do you want to go? I said, what? He goes, I'm going to buy the tickets. What day do you want to go? I said, from the 15th. I said, are you sure, man? He goes, yeah, I got the tickets. I owe you. Because I said, you don't owe me anything, man. I'm just joking with you. I said, no, that's okay. I got it. I got the tickets. I'm like, and my husband's like, did you just say he got the tickets? I'm like, of course he said he got the tickets. And up there was myself, I'm being cocky with me. Of course he said I got the tickets. Don't you know that I'm the god of my reality? Don't you know who I be? This is me inside. Because I celebrate myself as I'm like, don't you know who I am? Don't you know who I be?
Yes.
I was like, and I guess it was like my human self couldn't believe it. Yeah, but it's like, oh my gosh, can't believe this. But yeah. So and then we're also getting ready because we're flying out of Illinois.
Okay.
So I'm thinking, God, how we're gonna work this? And I said, whoa, wait a minute. What are you talking about? How we're gonna work this? No, it's already worked out in my favor. I don't know where we're staying near the airport, but it's already worked out in my favor. As a matter of fact, we're staying in a hotel for free by the airport. My friend calls me back. He says, you know what? Why don't you park your car at my house? I'll drive us to the airport. I got us a hotel. We're going to stay at the airport.
Look at your friend coming through. Look at your friend coming through.
And this time I didn't thank you. This time I didn't say, that it was him. I just said that we're staying for free at the airport,
Mm-hmm.
you know, at a hotel at the airport. So yeah, even the car rental with budget was supposed to be like over, it would have been like over 500 and some odd dollars. I said, nah, it's gonna be under 400, maybe 385, 380, something like that. I went with budget, came out to 387.
Nice.
Then they called me and they said, I don't know, they did some kind of voodoo thing. It brought it down to 385.
Nice. They're not a voodoo thing, you silly. Come on, manifestations, come on through.
Yeah. So my husband thinks I'm a witch. I'm like, oh, please, honey, I'm higher than that. I'm a god. What are you talking about? I said, so are you, baby. You're a god too. He's like, okay. He looks at me like I'm nuts.
Nice.
And so I got one more. I have to share this one. Mm-hmm. This one just happened recently. That's why I wasn't on earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Man, we've been watching McDonald's commercials with that whole the K-pop, that K-pop movie that's out now.
Mm.
And I was thinking, God, I could really use a quarter pounder with cheese deluxe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've got to look to have that, blah, 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 blah. So I went to go wash my car today, and I was going to go to McDonald's, and then something was telling me, no, don't go anywhere. Just wash your car and do what you got to do. I was like, okay. I get a phone call from my husband, and his friend was like, ran into him and said, hey, how about I take you guys out to lunch? Do you guys want to go to McDonald's? I said,
of course.
He goes to McDonald's. Yeah. He goes, order whatever you want. And I'm like, so I ordered a quarter pounder with cheese deluxe medium meal. I just finished it and enjoyed it. So it goes to show what I want people to get about this is when you are asking or commanding the things that you want to experience, you're putting in an order and you're saying how you want that order. You just don't know how it's going to come to you. So don't give a rat's about how it's going to come to you. Just know and believe that you got it. And it's not like you're going to have this religious belief thing. It's like an inner knowing. Mm-hmm. And it's a knowing that you're going to have where you're cool with it. It's like you're relaxed, you're chill, you're okay with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think sometimes they try to make it seem like it's like this euphoric feeling that you're gonna have.
Right.
It's not.
No.
You know, it's and same thing with belief. You know, it's not like in the movies, like when the movie, Never Ending Story, where the kid's having this belief and it's just like this amazing thing, which an amazing thing can happen. But I'm just saying that
right. That's why some people say I got it and I didn't even believe, because that's why they think it's some feeling they're going to have. Like, I didn't feel it. Right. So they think that the believing is feeling. No.
Yes. It's not.
Believing is
believing
attention.
Is knowing.
Yeah, knowing and attention. You give your attention to a thing, and you can't give yourself attention to something that doesn't exist.
Right. Power of awareness. We just read that book. It's what you're aware of. And
right. It's what you're talking about. It's what you're talking about.
Right.
You're talking about it, so you believe it. That's an acceptance, right? You accept something. You're talking about it.
Right.
It ain't that difficult.
You decided and it's yours.
Yep.
Go ahead, Bessie. Sorry.
Yep. No, you good. Your story.
So yeah, I just have if you guys feel free to use it. I don't gatekeep. Say everything works out for you, and you're always taken care of. Have fun with it. Everything works out for me, and I'm always taken care of. And just know, even if it's just like the faith of a little mustard seed knowing, it doesn't have to be like this big ass no. It can just be, a minuscule no. And you'll be amazed with the stuff that happens. But yeah, girl, I'm up to California.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Love it. Happy, happy, happy,
Love it, love
happy
it.
for you. That's beautiful. Have fun.
Thank you.
California knows how to party. California knows how to party. In the city.
In the city of LA.
Woo!
In the city of good old
I know. Keep on talking. Keep on talking.
Keep it rocking. Keep it rocking. I know, we're so silly.
Oh, Journey said you coming to her city, Gigi. You coming to her city.
All right. Yes. 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 The Golden State. Looking forward to it.
Yes.
And thank you, everybody, for the birthday wishes. So sweet. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Beautiful. 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 Loving it. Loving it. Loving it. So before I get out of here, we're going to let Kevin close us out. Hello, Kev. Yes. Our big brother. Come on through.
I'm glad you gave me a minute to compose myself.
Okay. Okay.
After that testimony. Oh, my gosh.
I know, right?
Oh, my gosh. I mean, I got goosebumps. I got tears of joy. And this live, this community has manifested into exactly what we said it would be. For people to know who they are, to remember who they are, like we had to remember who we are. And I'm not telling you something someone told me. I'm telling you what I have experienced. That's why I remember when Miss Millionaire Energy shared what she was going through. And I remember all the words of encouragement that we were giving her and helping her to believe in her ability to heal her. Like the Christ mindset, thy faith have made you whole, your faith. And you hear me in the chat, or see me in the chat saying, all is mine. More specifically, all is your mind.
Yes.
When you come into recognizing that all of this, what we see, we have manifested through our thoughts, it's not real. That's why there's so many things talking at you is to remove you from the understanding of your control of everything that is going on around you, to distract you from knowing or understanding that all those things that are around you, they're not happening to you, they're happening because of you. That you're that powerful. And there is no separation. There is no separation. The separation is the illusion. It's only you and what you think, the law of belief, the law of mind. You talked earlier in the live about different laws, and the guy wanted to articulate his belief in certain laws, but he didn't understand. He wanted you, or wanted us, to go back to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
He was telling us, hey, you guys need a nap. And I'll wake you wake you when I'm ready for you to get up.
Yep.
Well, I so love this community. I so love each and every one of the participants, even the brother who came in who didn't agree that he was the operating power, that all his power lied with the Jesus that he believed in. And that Jesus that he believed in is capable of doing whatever he believed that Jesus to do.
Yep.
And that's his truth. And the guy who seemed to be on Toyia's side, the atheist, which I understand that word, but I don't believe that word exists. How you gonna tell me you believe in non-belief?
Wow.
How does that work?
Wow.
And just like I laugh or find humor in those that really don't understand and try to prophesize their beliefs on me, it humors me. I find it funny. They're not offending me. You know, I look at them as entertainment purposes only because they're entertaining to me. Anytime you try to distract me or any event try to distract me from who I am, it's entertainment purposes only. They amuse me. If a situation comes up and it's not what I want, I look at it as an amusement.
Yes.
An unwanted desire or something in the past that tried to get my attention, it amuses me. And I send it away. It's my own personal court jester. It gives me laughter. Don't know how to describe the indescribable. I am the ruler of my kingdom. And it is so because I said so. And I don't need you to confirm it. The law confirms it. The law is a law that I created. That's why it confirms it. I know who I am. Somebody said, well, Kevin, I don't see $1 trillion in your bank account. I like, so? Now what?
That part.
What does that mean? What does that mean to you? You don't see it? You don't see the car that I have in my driveway right now, do you?
That part.
Does that mean the car not there? It does to you. You don't change my belief. You don't get to change my belief. And you not believing in what I believe in, I don't care. I don't care. I don't need you to validate me. I validate me. Because it's only me. It's only me. Everything else is an illusion or reflection of my belief of me. And you're teaching me continually how to love me. That's all it is. That's why I don't have any hate for anybody. I don't have any jealousy. I don't want to be you because I'm already you.
Love it. Love it.
And that part about the lesson earlier that came through, I don't know how many of the viewers or the people in the panel caught it. You are the one that makes your own reality. You're the only one that can do anything about you.
Yep.
Anytime you're trying to change someone else, you're not being who you are supposed to be. But because you cannot change someone who can't be changed.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they're you, how you changing them changes them. When they're you. I know, Toyia, you like to keep it simple. But how can it get any simpler than that?
Love it. So simple, we got to complicate it. Woohoo! 100K, the easy way. Let's go. We got
the easy way. I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen.
Woo! Thank you, guys. Woohoo! We did it.
This has been a glorious, glorious Friday.
Yes, yes.
And I mean, it had blessed my socks off. It really had.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I absolutely adore everyone. I really do. I really do. And I just say that I love myself.
I know, right? I love me some me. Y'all need to go around saying that more often. I love me some me. Do y'all say that to yourself? Oh, I love me some me. Ain't nobody like me.
Yeah.
I love me some me. Oh, I love me some me.
Yes. Yes. Love me some me. Not love what you want to be, except you are who you are.
Yes.
Accept it. Accept that there's nothing more for you to become.
That part. You're all there is.
You're all there is.
You're all there is. Stop striving. Be still. And what?
No.
What are you striving for? Striving to get nowhere. There's nowhere to go.
Right. Don't say be still and try to figure out. Be still and ask somebody what they think.
Right. You can't be more because you're all there is.
You're all there is.
You can't be greater than great. How can you be greater than great? I am the greatest. There's none greater.
When it says you can do all things that strengthens you through Christ Jesus, that's the mind of Christ. You have the ability to overcome negative thoughts. You have the ability to overcome what? Somebody else's negative thoughts? No, they're your negative thoughts. It's just the other person is manifesting those negative thoughts because of you. There are none. Unless you create it. Nothing exists unless you create it. Take accountability for the greatness you are. No, you're not blaspheming. You're walking in the power of who you are. You're remembering who you are. Your greatness cannot be measured.
Hello. So what do you teaching? I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Exactly what it says.
The Bible is mind science and not a history book.
Hey, just so you know, before we get started, because you're about to ruin the vibe, this is not a debate live. We had a very lovely time talking about things we want to talk about. If you're trying to debate, you need to find a debate live.
No, I'm not trying to debate. I'm trying to correct because that's just a lie.
Even more. Okay.
It's a lie. You're saying it's not a history book. What about the 4 Gospels?
Oh Lord. Thank you. Whoever had him go, thank you.
Like, what can follow everyone's can follow Christ's instructions, and can't follow anyone else's instructions. Such a good follower.
Toxic.
Not a great listener.
You're not messing with toxic, man. Don't call her a comeback. She been here for years. She's gonna knock you out.
Right, don't call her a comeback.
Regulator. Yeah. Regulator is gonna regulate. The toxic
had a beautiful vibe. The vibe was right, man. Lovely testimony. I mean, just everything. Don't worry.
See, now that's the devil. That's the devil right there. We was talking about the devil. There's the devil right there, always ruining a party. That's that's what that's there it is.
The toxic gave him the bye, Felicia.
Like, what are you even saying? Correct you. This is not a group fucking project, and you're damn sure not our teacher.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
That's why we love you, girl.
Sorry, I'm trying to be cool.
The enforcer. I'm gonna start calling you the enforcer. I'm gonna start calling the toxic the enforcer.
She regular.
Trying to be cool.
Time for the regulator. It's time for the regulator. It's time for the regulator.
Every time
I like that. It's time for the regulator. Hey, it's time for the regulator.
She regulate.
Look, he didn't get that one sentence out. Hey, look, I'm gonna let you finish. No, matter of fact, I'm not gonna let you finish.
If you want to know what the life is about, you can listen and find out. Simple as that. The prompt is very clear. It can't get no clearer than that.
He wasn't interested in finding out what was going on. He wouldn't tell us what he felt about what was going on. And we're not here for
100%. That's why I don't like the fake shit. Don't ask. You already see what it is. So keep the same energy.
Well, we already been there. We already know. You come up here. Oh, I was curious. I was just trying to find out.
Bless his heart. He's not awakened yet. That's fine. He's not awakened yet. It's true. I'm trying to wake up one day.
Kevin, you tickle me.
We've seen it. We know who they are.
That was too funny.
The fakeness for me.
Look, toxic. You're the kind of, when I was single, I would have loved to have you around because I could totally see you like if we're hanging out, having a drink, just us girls, and some dude comes over that we don't want to get with. I could just see her going, okay, you need to go because she don't want nothing to do with you. I mean, I don't know what, she got to put a big sign or something. You need to go. Okay, but I could just
listen. If I'm bothered, then
I love it.
I'm trying to keep it cool though. I'm trying
Please
to keep
don't
it chill.
kill my vibe. Please don't kill my vibe.
Right,
Please don't kill my vibe. Like, what are we doing?
With this Millionaire's Beautiful share and everything. Y ahí viene este cabrón. Oh, get the okay.
Right.
The kid came out. Sorry, speaking Spanish.
So let's see what Mia got to say before I get on up out of here.
Look, I was just coming in to say hi. I was coming home from work and I was trying to listen. Then I had to come home and be Cinderella.
Oh.
So I had to do some chores.
Okay, got you.
But I just wanted to come on and say hi to everybody.
Oh.
I'll probably come listen to the show later.
Okay.
But but no, I had a wonderful week, and I changed my week and shined like a star.
Beautiful.
Because I changed my mind, and it was a really good week. So
you were the star. Period.
Yeah.
I get money. I'm a star.
Hey. But yeah, I was like, dang, as soon as I come up here comes somebody else ruining the vibe.
It's okay.
The regulator got rid of them.
Yes.
Yeah, they didn't ruin it. They just provided us a laugh.
That's it. It was a beautiful live, though.
For our
Simba
enjoyment.
wants to say hi.
Hey, Simba. going on?
My son.
But yeah. All right, I'll probably catch you guys Sunday.
Sunday, okay.
Sunday fun day.
Fun day.
Yes. So you guys enjoy your weekend. Have an awesome day, an awesome fun day. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. I truly enjoy these lives. They just keep getting sweeter and sweeter by and by. And it's the good sweetness by and by. Every time we come together, we just keep hearing some fantastic, revelations, success stories, aha moments. It's a beautiful thing when you come to the realization of the power of your own mind. Coming to the realization of the power of your own mind, the power of the word, because in the beginning is what? Your thought, your intention, your desire, your assumption, your belief. And that is God. That is the generator, operator, demonstrator of your truth. That's who God is, the generator, operator, and demonstrator of what you call true. What is your truth? That I'm already whole, complete, and I lack no good thing. I am prospered in my coming and my going. I'm here to live what? The abundant life. Beloved, I wish above all things that you prosper and be in health, even as your soul prospers. Good night, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye. Love you all.
Love you. Love y'all.